Ah, shit. Alright, hang on a second. There we go. Alright, sorry for being late. Had things to take care of. So, let's get the watch party going. I skipped ahead about an hour because we are pressed for time. I don't want to be up until like 3 in the morning finishing this. So, we all know what happens in Forsaken. So, we just skipped Forsaken. So, we're in Season of the Dawn.
And as he first ventured into the seemingly endless corridors of time, he sent out his echoes in their multitudes, scouting as far as he could. But no matter how far he went, he could not find Saint, not in the right moment where he could intercede and save him. After a long time of trying, he left his sundial deactivated on Mercury and returned to his other business. But it was here that another force sought to make use of it. After their defeat, the Red Legion was still looking for technology and advantage in this system, and in particular their leadership at the time had fallen to a small group of Scion Flayers. They discovered the sundial and saw that it sung with the potential to change the course of history, and so they decided to make use of it for themselves, dividing their efforts into the past, present and future, with one of each of their senior trio pushing to control fate in each and change the course of history so that the Red Legion had never lost the Red War. And so it was that 3 of the senior Flayers, Nirul, Tazarok and Ozlekt, all ventured forth, leaving their youngest sister, Umtek, behind, as she was not ready to take on such a burden. Realizing his error, Osiris quickly recalled the Guardians and asked us to use the sundial to venture into these different contained timelines so that we would be able to destroy the Flayers within each one. This would stop them from enacting their plan and rewriting the course of history for their own benefit. We would face countless copies of these 3 Scion Flayers, and in each timeline we would bring them to heel, destroying them for good. But the sundial was not originally made with the purpose of chasing the Scions. Osiris had originally made it to recover Saint 14, and when we brought the perfect paradox, Saint's shotgun, into proximity with the sundial, the two reacted. Perfect Paradox managed to transmit a pair of temporal coordinates to us. Osiris would previously have blundered blindly into the corridors of time, but now, following these coordinates, we were able to follow the corridors for ourselves, and in doing so, we would find Saint. Following the first set of coordinates, we ventured into the corridors and found ourselves standing upon the shores of the verdant paradise that Mercury had once been. We immediately heard a transmission from Saint 14, who had been sent in this time with his colonial expedition by the Speaker to reclaim Mercury, the garden world for humanity. He had unwittingly run into the fallen House of Rain. They were tearing his people apart, the people that Saint had sworn to protect. He was all that was left. We rushed to his side, intervening and pushing back the fallen forces, but Saint was broken in spirit, proclaiming that things seemed hopeless. After the battle, in a moment that had been foretold, we took the weapon that we had recovered from Saint 14's corpse, the Perfect Paradox. This shotgun that we had remade in the infinite forge of the Caloris lighthouse spire. We gifted it to Saint, and his spirits were immediately lifted by the power of the weapon. He was even more encouraged by what our ghost decided to show him next. A holographic display of the city as it was in our time. Not some meager camp beneath the Traveler with barely a few high barricades as walls, but a true thriving place of life and safety. When we were pulled out, we prepared quickly to head to the second set of coordinates. But first, we saw the changes in our timeline already starting to bear fruit. We picked up an old distress signal from Saint 14's ghost, Geppetto. When we went to recover it, it was surrounded by dead Vex, and showed us an audio playback of the moment of Saint 14's death. Time had already begun to change, and so, determined to prevent this tragedy from happening, we followed the second set of coordinates. We landed near where the tomb of Saint 14 had been, where we found it in the Infinite Forest. But the Titan was still alive. There was still hope. Here, we got our chance to stop the construct that would have drained Saint 14's light, and it would have left him dead for good. We faced off against Agioctis, even as it tried to capture Saint. Agioctis was only programmed to drain the light of Saint 14 specifically, so when we fought the Martyr Mind, it was on an even footing. It tried to contain us desperately as a last gambit, but before it could destroy us, Saint broke free of his bonds and shattered the Martyr Mind. He had survived. He had lived. And now, all of the forces of the Infinite Forest would feel his wrath. They had channeled all of their energy, all of their production into making one singular mind to counter him. They would not be able to recreate one. Saint thanked us for our assistance and stated that he would stay in the Infinite Forest, meeting us the long way round. He would continue to fight the Vex in real time as we sped back to the present day, and in front of one of the time-locked Vex gates that presented itself on Mercury by the lighthouse sundial, Saint 14 strode forth once again, delivering yet more Vex to their graves even as he finally emerged from the Infinite Forest. We had done it. Thanks to the perfect paradox and the sundial, we had changed the course of history. We had returned a legend. We had saved Saint 14. His return to the tower was a moment of awe and wonder, and after much fanfare and celebration, Saint and Osiris were able to take a moment for their long overdue reunion. The return of the legendary Titan would do nothing to stop the Scions in their determination, though. With their control slipping, Tazarok, Nerul, and Ozletk began a process of merging to create a far more powerful force that might oppose the Guardians and salvage their plan. The merging would mean they would cease to exist, subsumed into this greater construct. Amtek was told that if their plan failed, she was to deliver their vengeance, and thus the other three Flayers ceased to be, and their combined form of Inotam was created. But even their last desperate bid to stop us was not enough. The Flayers fell, and their control of the sundial was completely lost. Osiris would move to quickly make plans to properly decommission the sundial, but not before we ventured once more into the corridors of time for ourselves. Initially, our first investigations and explorations were blind endeavors, but following the codes that had been discerned by some of the obelisks Osiris set up around the system, we were able to make our way through the corridors to a deeper set of chambers, and in there, we found something remarkable. A time-lost vault. At its heart, there was a grave, but we couldn't actually reach its center yet. To do so, we would need to take a longer and far more complicated pathway through the corridors that took a significant amount of time to map. When we did finally complete the pathway, we stood before the grave of a Guardian, and as the words of Saint 14 echoed out around us, we learned that this was not just any grave, it was our own. We had just glimpsed our own death, with all the uncertainty that a moment like that could bring. We had saved Saint 14 by venturing into the corridors of time. Was it possible that we had doomed ourselves by saving Saint? To this day, we still don't know. As Saint read out our many titles and accomplishments, we still did not know what had ended our lives. Perhaps we will find out when we venture into the pale heart of the Traveler, perhaps not. But there would be many who would try between now and then. The first would be Amtek, and she would try to take her vengeance on the Guardians in what might be described as the greatest assault on the city that never happened. Amtek's vengeance would come from the sky, and it would require another god's intervention to stop it.
season of the worthy.
It would not take long after their defeat at the Sundial for the Scions to show just how dangerous they could truly be. Amtek might never have shown her face, but she would know ours, and she knew that in order to defeat the Guardians, she would need to destroy the city and the Traveler. It was no good to just kill an individual when they could be resurrected. She would need to find a way of severing their powers. The cage was gone, Gaul was defeated, and the Red Legion forces were mostly still scattered. But there was one asset that still lay in the system. It was her best bet for now, the Almighty. Her Scion crews, along with their Cabal allies, decoupled the Great Space Station from the direct orbit of the Sun, and soon it was on the move again.
Yeah, go grab
Seeing
the
this
Destiny
as a
stuff if you
direct
haven't
threat,
already.
Zavala and Anna Bray both boarded the space station, and whilst they couldn't stop its engines, they could determine its course. It was here that they saw Amtek's simple and yet terrifying plan. It would be too late to stop the vessel now. Amtek's crews had plotted the vessel's trajectory. They planned to collide the Almighty with the Last City and the Traveler. This was not merely the collision of a large space station with Earth. It would have been like a meteorite of significant enough size to cause an extinction-level event across the planet. Amtek would have her vengeance on humanity and upon the Guardians in a single decisive strike. This would perhaps be the most Cabal plan a Scion has ever come up with. But luckily for us, where the brilliant minds of the Scions would use brutality and would rain death from above, we would answer with a god of our own. Anna Bray, as always, had a plan. She went to Rasputin, who was the one being within Sol capable of deploying the necessary orbital ordnance to stop the Almighty before it hit Earth at significant impact velocity to create an extinction-level event, and more importantly, to stop it from hitting the Last City and the Traveler. And so, there was a flurry of Warmind activity around the system. We deployed to his bunkers on the Moon, Io, and Earth, with the intent of rearming the Warmind and preparing him for this great task. Over the coming months, we would see the Warmind change significantly. It showed us not only that it was willing to learn from the errors of its past and from its own flaws, but that it had come to regret many things that it had done, from the murder of the Iron Lords to the abandoning of humanity in the Golden Age. There was something in particular that had caused a serious degree of change. Fellwinter. Fellwinter, as it turned out, had always been the key, because Fellwinter was, of course, not merely just an Iron Lord, a Guardian, and an Exo. Fellwinter had been a part of Rasputin, a spy in the Golden Age, an exo-frame designated as a Siddhartha Golem, something which the Warmind would use to walk amongst the people and better understand them. When Fellwinter had been resurrected by the Traveler, Rasputin saw it almost like a part of him being stolen, and was struck with great jealousy. But long after he had struck his own son down with Siva, Rasputin had suddenly realized the grief that he was feeling, the regret of his actions. On the Moon, he made a makeshift tomb for his own son, and even held a copy of his weapon interred there. From here, we would claim the infamous weapon known as Fellwinter's Lie, and we would see, at very least, that the Warmind was beginning to grow. There was an echo of something more, something that Anna had helped nurture back in the Golden Age. To this same end of showing his regret, Rasputin would make an effort to approach Commander Zavala and make inroads with him. In order to gain his trust, Rasputin showed him a map of the oncoming threat and all the information that he had accumulated from his new Warsat network. From this, we realized that the Almighty wasn't the only threat in space. The Black Fleet had been gathering on the edges of our system in silence. They were already here, and Rasputin had mapped out their movements. They would be in the inner reaches of the system within months. When Zavala asked Rasputin why he was sharing this information, the answer was given in an audio recording. It was someone on Titan who had died at the beginning of the collapse, someone that Rasputin had abandoned in a moment of need. Rasputin had lived to regret more than just the death of his son. He would not stand idly by and watch it happen again. This time he would be the defender that Sol needed, and he swore to stand side by side with the Guardians as an ally and an equal, and to give his life if necessary. And soon Rasputin would have his moment to prove this to us. We had helped to launch the new warsats, and soon Rasputin would position them around the Almighty. It brought down the great space station before it could hit the last city, and as its ruins fell towards the nearby mountains, even though there was a titanic explosion, the last city still stood. The tyrant was now humanity's great defender once more. With allies like Rasputin, it seemed as though we were now at the height of our power once again. Humanity was back. Its great defender was back. But even now we knew that the Black Fleet was approaching. The great powers of the system were preparing for the approaching doom. They were not ready for it. When it arrived, it would return
honestly,
our
Obi, you
worlds
didn't
to a
miss
kind
much.
of darkness that they had not
I was there
known
for the
since the
event,
collapse.
and
But the preparation that the great powers of the system made for this darkness did not begin with Rasputin alone. It would also begin with Osiris.
Osiris just sauntering in, just talking shit to a war mine. Season of Arrivals, one of my favorite seasons.
Before the Black Fleet's arrival, Rasputin was approached by the old
Yeah,
warlock
you got an
Osiris.
emblem. That was it.
Felwinter had been Osiris's mentor, and so it was natural for the warlock to approach with skepticism. He asked Rasputin which side of this great conflict it was on. He did not trust the old warmind, especially after he had killed his old mentor. But Rasputin would oblige Osiris by giving him the coordinates to some kind of deep space anomaly. From this anomaly, Osiris took a seed of silver wings. We do not know if this place was one of the pyramid ships of the Black Fleet. We do not know if it was something older, deeper, darker. But at Marasov's direction, Osiris would plant this seed in the cradle on Io, the last place the traveler had touched down. The seed grew into something magnificent, a second tree of silver wings, and as if drawn to its luminous boughs, the shadows soon followed. The Black Fleet was here. The return of the pyramid ships to the system brought with it a dread unlike any that had been felt before, save for in the collapse. Within the opening moments of their arrival, Rasputin did as he had sworn he would, and responded with the full measure of his new power. At first it looked as though he was successful, but that notion was swiftly cast aside, as the Warmind, in but a single moment, was all but destroyed. Our greatest protector had given his fullest measure at the first opportunity, but it was not enough to stop even a single vessel of the Black Fleet, and for showing his teeth, Rasputin had been quickly defanged. We would be drawn to the Black Fleet on Io. One of their vessels had parked above the cradle where the traveler had once sat. We were sent there to investigate it, but were swiftly abducted once more by the pyramid. It was in this moment that we could have been pulled into darkness and never seen again. But something remarkably unexpected happened. A hive portal opened up in front of us and transported us briefly to the ascendant plane before spitting us back out in the lower reaches of the approach to the cradle. Someone had just prevented us from speaking with the Black Fleet, and we would later discover that it was Savathun. As time went on, it would be made clear that each week she was trying to prevent us properly from reaching the tree of silver wings that Osiris had planted, where the Black Fleet was reaching out to us to try and communicate to our guardians. Eris Morn had gone ahead of us, and thanks to her additional knowledge that had been gained from interpreting the later messages of the artifact on the moon, she had gained significant insights. Those insights would repeat each week, allowing us continually to gain more and more knowledge from our invaders. But each week as we attempted to approach and learn more of the Black Fleet, Savathun would try and stop us. Her whims were being carried out by another defeated supplicant from our past, Nokris, who had unbound himself from Zol's service and newly dedicated himself to Savathun instead. As a part of his supplication, he had gifted Savathun with the knowledge of hive necromancy, something that should have been heresy for Savathun to reflect upon, and yet perhaps it showed a greater intent as to what she was hoping to accomplish, and it showed the direction in which she was veering. And so a cycle of battles began, every week at the Vanguard's behest and with a great degree of caution. With Eris Morn at our side, we would secure the site of the Tree of Silver Wings, and we would learn what we could of our foes from our foes. It seemed over time as though they were trying to tempt us, to invite us to use darkness, to join their side. There were others who were also unsatisfied with this perspective that we were receiving from the Black Fleet. Chief amongst them was the Drifter. He had used the light and dark before, and knew that our perspective was limited, and so he made a request of the Nine, and asked for them to explain the nature of light and dark. Alongside us and Eris Morn, we would experience a vision of sorts. We were transported deep into the Drifter's Hall, where we experienced what would be referred to by the Nine as a prophecy. In this place that the Nine had crafted, we would learn, from actions and from experience, that the Black Fleet was here to take and invade our worlds, and that soon they would be lost to us. In particular, Mercury, Io, Titan, and Mars. More importantly, though, it gave us a piece of knowledge that would only be further reinforced as the years went on. It showed us that the light and dark were not strictly forces bound to the perspectives of good and evil as we had believed. They were elemental forces of the universe, as fundamental as time and gravity, with no more moral agenda than a subatomic particle. This revelation was utterly fundamental for us to understand what would come next. It gave us our first hint that the Black Fleet was not actually the truest form of darkness, but a usurper who had used it as a tool, someone or something capable of manifesting it with great potency, not its true source, not its true master. It also quietly pointed to the quite opposite possibility, that the light could be wielded by one who was deemed evil by us, an idea that would matter well before the end. As we continued to communicate with the Black Fleet, we would start to see the Tree of Silver Wings change. Every atom within its structure was being fought for by the paracausal energies of light that remained on Io and the emerging darkness of the pyramid vessel above. Every single element within its structure was changing, and the darkness was winning. This would be but a single sign of many. Our worlds were potentially doomed. After many tests, it was determined that the pyramid vessels were impregnable. Nothing would get past their shielding technology. Nothing could break through. Ashamir even discovered that when struck, the vessels teleported all hostile munitions into a different dimension. They did not even detonate. They did not even strike their targets true. The worlds under threat were given an order by Commander Zavala. They were to prepare for a general evacuation and a retreat to the last city. Many would follow this order, but some decided to stay. On Mercury, the Assyrian cultist Brother Vance would step forth into the infinite forest and would attempt to understand more of the beautiful dark song that the Caloris spires had made. His fate is unknown.
I was about to say, did we ever find out what happened to Vance?
Grim. On Titan, the Vanguard's deputy commander, Sloane, had discovered a Golden Age power suit that allowed her an unparalleled degree of strength. She stayed behind to hold off the forces that claimed Titan for their own, knowing that she would fight alone and she might never win, and that she would face these trials in the deepest darkness imaginable. On Io, the warlock Ashamir decided to stay to attempt to prevent the secrets of the Vex network from falling into the possession of the Black Fleet. As we left for the last time, he would enter the Pyramidion, where he had lost his arm to the Vex mind Brachion years ago, and would immerse himself into the Vex network, becoming a whisper within its code, where he could discover the secrets that the Vex held, secrets that would be crucial for us to uncover in the coming years, secrets that would lead him to the Veil. But on Mars, the hunter Anna Bray did decide to retreat, but not before salvaging everything she could of the war mind. Thanks to her ghost Jinju and some quick thinking, she was able to save a massive amount of Rasputin's core code and store it within a pillory engram. She would return to the lost city with this engram and the remains of a project that would occupy her next few years, a prototype exobody that would work as a core framework to try and rebuild the Warmind. In the end, Mars, Io, Titan, and Mercury would all be abducted by the Witness and its Black Fleet, taken by the same power that had allowed Oryx to create his Taken.
That always
For a
pisses
time,
me
these
off.
worlds would be lost to us. But before they were taken completely, we were able to commune with the Black Fleet one last time as the corruption completely consumed the Tree of Silver Wings. But now, as we were intercepted one more time in this last, most pressing of moments, we were drawn into what we believed was the court of Savathun, and took the fight directly to Nokris himself. His true death rang out across the Ascendant Plane, and in its aftermath, he was not there to prevent the pyramids from abducting us deeper into their innermost chambers, and our ghost was possessed again. Its voice changed to what we had heard when we had first ventured into the pyramid on Luna, the same voice that had spoken to us in the vision of the Black Garden. Barely a year, and it was back. It told us that ancient power awaited us on Europa, and that it would be ours for the taking. We also saw a strange scene before us. A pyramid vessel within a pyramid vessel, an effigy of it floating before us, surrounded by adoring worshippers from many different species. With this final message from the Black Fleet in our minds, and the worlds that we had once called our territory abducted, we gathered in the lost city and bore witness to an event as terrifying as it was majestic. With the Black Fleet's return, the Traveler was responding, reacting to the encroaching darkness. As its old enemy had returned, it began to reform itself. The broken pieces of its shell that had orbited it since the end of the Red War began to slot back into place.
Hang on, chat.
A wave of great light across the system signaled the Traveler's response to the Black Fleet. It would defend itself. The question remained: what would its guardians do when tempted with an entirely different kind of power? A power that awaited us in the icy heart of Europa. We had heard the call of the Black Fleet. It beckoned us to the icy moon of Europa. It promised us salvation. It promised us power. As was our nature and our duty, we had to investigate what was going on. But we weren't the first to arrive on this icy moon. Prior to our touchdown, Eris Morn and the Drifter would both set foot on the moon's surface and would meet with a figure of infamy. At long last, it was time for the Exo-Stranger to step out of the shadows and introduce herself properly. As we had learned some time ago, it was indeed Elsie Bray, the sister of Anna Bray and granddaughter to Clovis Bray I, who had been the Exo-Stranger. She had come in this moment of great need to instruct Eris and the Drifter on how to use the powers of darkness. Both Eris and the Drifter had embraced a new power, stasis, an element of control and will that manifested as cosmic ice, sapping the energy from things and forcing them into a state of submission. Elsie also knew this power, and would teach them both to use it without fear of falling to its corruption. This was a departure from Elsie's previous actions in previous timelines. In many of the timelines that had come before, she was a prisoner of sorts. She would always see repeated timelines of evolving fates. She would always be able to intervene, but in every timeline prior, she had lost. The
Porno
forces
bot
of the witness
5000.
had been triumphant. The forces of good had failed. Commonly, this would occur when someone obtained stasis and didn't have a guiding hand to help them control this darkness. Elsie made a change to her plans this time, and in this cycle, instead of trying to lock stasis away, a plan that inevitably failed, she decided that she would teach us to use it. In those previous dark timelines, Eris Morn had betrayed the Tower and become a terrible dark god of the Hive, with little care for her human comrades. Now, with those powers under her control, we stood a fighting chance. Neither her nor the Drifter would fall to corruption. They would be staunch allies. But as the Nine predicted long ago, all fates were converging on us, and we would need to tread this same path without
okay, that's
wavering
Lumina.
if there was to be a chance for humanity and all of existence to survive. When we arrived on Europa, we saw that the pyramids were already there, and quickly picked up a distress signal from Varix the Loyal. He had not been seen since he instigated the riot at the Prison of Elders, but now he offered help to us, and was asking for help in return. We were not the first to reach the old scribe, though. His new taskmaster that he had once again chosen to betray was hot on his trail, and quickly she found him as he tried to send his pleas out to the rest of the system. His new leader would be Eramis, the Kell of a new rising fallen house. Within herself she had discovered a new resolve born of hatred. This came after her failure to recover Siva. Instead of looking to the old ways, she had discovered a means to use an entirely new power. She had ventured to Europa and immersed herself in the dark power of the Black Fleet. Now she too wielded stasis, a power that was quickly corrupting her, as Varix could see. With her reformed band of Fallen behind her,
Hey, we got
she
500 more
created a
clan XP,
new
look at
house
that.
known as the House of Salvation, and told them of how they, with their new power, would no longer be bound to the fate of the Great Machine. They would be freed in darkness, and stasis would be how they fought back. She commanded her forces to kill Varix, but we arrived just after she left. With just enough time to save the scribe, he told us to spare him despite his actions leading to the death of Cade. Together we had to focus on Eramis, and we had to stop her before she could use her dark powers to create any further evil. So we ventured straight to her stronghold, a new Alexni city built on top of humanity's Golden Age ruins, Reese Reborn. There we saw Eramis's command of stasis and realized that it was too strong to confront. We were forced into a hasty retreat. Returning to Varix, we would yet again start to hear the voice of the witness through our ghost. Yet again it attempted to draw us in, and it beckoned us to a lonely ice shelf far off in the wastes of Europa. In those wastes, a ziggurat from the pyramid ships set down, awaiting our arrival. Before we could reach it, Elsie Bray, Eris Morn, and the Drifter intercepted us. And after 7 long years of absence, at last, Elsie had time to explain. She told us of the terrible truth, that we would need to learn how to use stasis in order to conquer our foes. And with her guidance, we took our first steps. At first, we would need to use the splinters from the Black Fleet's vessels to control our stasis powers. Eramis had hunted down Varix initially because he had stolen one of them. Acquiring more splinters over time gave us more control and a greater connection to our stasis powers. We would acquire these splinters from some of Eramis's greater commanders, such as Praxis the Technocrat and Phylax the Warrior. In the process, we also weakened Eramis's Dark Council and removed powerful advisors from her side. She became more and more reckless, and thus her vulnerabilities could be exploited. Commander Zavala would eventually take note and arrived on Europa to give us some necessary intelligence and something of a dressing down. We would need to be controlled now that we had this strange dark power, and more importantly, a threat assessment needed to be made. Zavala made it clear that he did not approve of our use of stasis, but he still gave us the intelligence we needed to continue our fight. Namely, that Aramis had sent raiding parties to the Cosmodrome, including one of her sub-commanders known as Bacchus. We went to the Cosmodrome and prevented the House of Devils, Aramis's old house, from reinforcing the House of Salvation with dozens of spider tanks. Aramis would grow more desperate still, heading to the Vex portal on Europa to unleash the Vex there. These forces would slow us down, or perhaps kill us if Aramis was lucky. Varix pleaded with her not to do this though. It would be harmful to her own people, but she would not be swayed. She claimed that all her actions were made in service to Reese and to her people. The portal that opened at the end of the Glassway led to a Vex forge star known as Volantis 2082, and soon the Vex would begin to pour forth from it. The radiolarian fluid poured through the portal as well, and it flowed once more to the place where it had been sent long ago, the Deep Stone Crypt, where the Exos were born, and where another of Aramis's commanders, Atrax, awaited it, with her own dark purposes in mind. With the Vex pouring forth, they began to swarm Reese Reborn, and it provided us with an opportunity to strike out at Aramis for good. We ascended to the summit of the fallen city and faced the Kell of Darkness. Her power of stasis was great, but we had learned to control our own instead of allowing it to control us. Our power came not from the splinters, but from within, and Aramis could stand against us for only so long. She was frozen in place by the very power that she claimed would be her liberation. The Witness does not abide failure, and whilst it had failed to corrupt us, Aramis had failed in turn to kill us. So she would bear the brunt. She would be imprisoned for her failure here until the Witness saw a use for her again. Her power was momentarily ended. But a few of her commanders still remained. The House of Salvation would not be so easily killed even after the death of its Kell, and so we had to hunt them down as well. First, there was Cridis, the Dark Priestess, who made herself quite visible and was easy to hunt. But the remaining commanders under Aramis's banner had fled to an even deeper installation within Europa. They had fled to the Deep Stone Crypt. Elsie made it clear that we needed to pursue them with all haste. Europa's greatest secrets could not fall into the hands of the House of Salvation. The crypt was defended by an unconventional AI of sorts, as well as many of the House Salvation troops that had accompanied Aramis's remaining commanders. The AI warned us against interfering with the crypt, and let us know that the response, should we ignore it, would be calamitous. But we had to stop the House of Salvation, and in the deepest parts of the crypt, we saw the last two leaders, one of whom was very familiar. There was Atrax, who had used the power of the Deep Stone Crypt to become one of the first Exo-Elixni. Dozens of copies of her spread out throughout the facility, ready to do battle with us. And then there was Tanax the Scarred, the legendary fallen mercenary who had no house and would kneel before no banner, until Aramis gave him a cause worthy of his prowess. As we discovered Tanax, we also discovered the veiled statue that had been used by Clovis Bray to alter the collected radiolarian fluid from the Glassway. It turned out that this altered fluid was a critical component to creating the Exos. The great secret of their creation was revealed. There was darkness within all of them. Every single one. Tanax fled into orbit where Clovis Bray's space station, the Morning Star, was waiting, locked geosynchronously to the Deep Stone Crypt below. We would need to transit between the crypt and the station in order to reach Tanax, but not before defeating nearly a dozen copies of Atrax 1. Whether we truly ended her life or not, is still up for debate, but regardless, we all ended up at the top of the Morningstar station, ready to pursue the last commander of the House of Salvation. As we went deeper into the Morningstar station, the AI once again contacted us and made it clear that we were out of warnings and that the nuclear descent protocol would be initiated in response. It praised the name and the genius of Clovis Bray and what we had discovered there, stating that it would be destroyed and that it was somehow the font of eternal life. As we discovered Tanix, the station's orbit was destabilized and its nuclear cores were activated. It began to plummet towards Europa. If it made contact and the nukes weren't disarmed, the entire moon would be destroyed, along with everyone on its surface. Tanix and the House of Salvation troops that were on board were still trying to stop us as we all plummeted from space. But we did manage, despite their meddling, to disarm the nuclear warheads aboard the Morningstar. And before we were destroyed by the impact, we found a modicum of safety inside a sealed room. Tanix was not so lucky. He just managed to miss the door. But he was far more resilient than we had initially realized. As we climbed out of the wreckage of the station, we were back in front of the crypt.
God, imagine if this was actually part of a movie, seeing a weary fire team just behind the door and Tanix just sitting there.
The whole station had come crashing down, and the crypt was breached. And there, in front of the crypt, we discovered the true extent of Tanix's resilience for ourselves. He emerged as a terrifying construct of metal and malice. This was perhaps his last gambit, his last form. The remaining nuclear warheads from the Morningstar had been incorporated into his chassis, and we needed to continually disarm them as we pushed to destroy this monster. Like Cade did so long ago, we put an end to Tanix, but this time, he wouldn't be coming back. As Tanix fell and the crypt was unlocked, the deepest secrets of Europa were revealed to us. As it turned out, the crypt AI that we had been interacting with was no AI at all. It was the reactivated remnants of Clovis Bray I. His story on Europa is a strange one. As it turns out, 2 copies of his mind were made. One had ended up on Europa and had stayed here in this giant mechanical head. It was about as close to the original Clovis as it had always been. But the other copy had become an exo whose first designation was Clovis I. That version of Clovis Bray, long ago in the Golden Age, had been one of the leaders who helped to rally the exos to fight off the invading Vex, the Vex that had originally come from the Forge Star Volantis 2082. The exos shut down the Vex Gate, and Clovis sacrificed himself with many exo resets in order to accomplish this. With that in mind, he decided to change his name, going instead from Clovis 43 on his last reset to a new name when he became his 44th exo iteration.
Banshee.
He would be named after the wail of his sword, the nickname that had been given to him as he cut down countless Vex. He would become Banshee 44. As it turned out, he had been alongside us in the tower this whole time as our faithful but very forgetful gunsmith. Exos are not meant to be reset that many times, and so it isn't surprising that Banshee didn't remember. The Clovis AI would begrudgingly help us to learn the last of Stasis's secrets, and we would ultimately gain mastery over the element for ourselves, without the risk of corruption. With that, we had learned a fundamental truth. Darkness was not evil just in the same way that light was not inherently good. Appearances weren't what they seemed, and those of previously unscrupulous or evil intentions could turn from that darkness to see the side of good. And we would learn that lesson many times, not least of which when we returned to the Tangled Shore.
Season of the Hunt.
As the conflict on Europa continued to unfold, another front had opened up in the new war for the system, this time in the Reef. The Hive God of War had suddenly made her presence known. Savathun and Oryx had wandered in this system before, but now it was time for Xivu Arath to make her presence known. Osiris would investigate this new presence in the system as he discovered numerous hive structures, biological in nature, known as cryptoliths. They were of Xivu's design and from her horde, and could be used to extend her control of minions under her command far and wide. But these were not simply hive. Many Cabal and Fallen would also fall under the sway of Xivu Arath, with these cryptoliths being like hubs of control. Those that fell to Xivu's wandering strength would be risen as what was known as the Wrathborn, and they would be a plague upon our system in much the same way as many of the other hive minions had been. As Osiris continued his search and sought to understand more, he was caught by the wondering eye of Xivu Arath's High Celebrant. Osiris was cornered, and in a moment where Xivu Arath unleashed her power upon him, he was struck down. In this moment of terror, Osiris survived, but his ghost Sagira was destroyed. Osiris lost his connection to the light that day. We swiftly pursued Osiris, who had chased the High Celebrant into the Hellmouth, attempting to secure vengeance for Sagira. However, without his light, he was not only mortal, but far weaker. He did not have the command of any force that he had had before, and his aims of avenging his ghost by taking on something far greater than a typical hive overlord was a foolish ploy at best. His life was nearly ended by a typical hive knight. We found him just before the night struck, but so did a familiar face who stepped out of the shadows at the edge of our vision with an awoken blade, gutting the hive knight before it could end Osiris. It was Uldren, or rather, it was Uldren's risen form, the light-bearer known as Crow. Crow and Osiris returned with us and headed to the Tangled Shore. As it turned out, in the 2 years since he had been risen in the light, Crow had found himself in the employ of the Spider, who had found him after the resurrection and press-ganged him into service. The Spider had secured Crow's cooperation by placing an explosive charge beneath Glint's outer shell, ensuring that if Crow ever stepped too far out of line, a simple flip of a switch could end Crow's power, his ghost, and his mortality. Given the number of times that stray guardians had discovered Crow and seen the face of Uldren Sov, killing him for the pleasure of it, this was an imminent threat, one that Crow had to take seriously. He had seen a system that shot back at him at every opportunity, that gave him no reason to trust others, and that told him that everyone was a danger no matter what. But these were not the concerns of the Spider. Crow was simply another tool to him, and the Spider had bigger opportunities and problems. He stated that we could have any treasure within his vast collection, his vast hoard, if we helped him hunt down Xivu Arath's High Celebrant and rid the shore of her influence. The presence of the Wrathborn was bad for business. We would oblige, and over the coming months we would do just this, hunting down the High Celebrant's minions and the Wrathborn forces wherever we found them. In this time, Crow would slowly prove to not only be a valuable ally, but also a completely different person from the man who had coldly claimed the life of Cade 6. He had a sincere drive to do good, a moral compass that often bent strongly towards the arc of justice, and an unbiased love for the people of every species of this system, be they human, awoken, or Elixni. Much like the oldest versions of Uldren Sov that Mara might have remembered from the distributory, Crow would see the good in everyone. He delighted in telling stories to children. He delighted in the simple good of friendship. And we began to see for ourselves that there was indeed good in him, that this was not the same villain who had killed Cade. and that this was not the same cold prince that we had met upon our first moments entering the reef. This was a different man. Aldrin and Crow were not the same. Working together alongside Crow, we managed to save him at least once during our hunt for the High Celebrant. The Great Hive Commander had fled into the Ascendant Realm near the Dreaming City and was taken out thanks to our combined efforts. Crow would be thankful for our interference and ultimately realized that working together, we could not only be friends but also a powerful team. We were the first Guardians that he had truly worked alongside in any professional manner for any extended period of time. There was a kinship there, and he had proven himself to be an ally worthy of our time. We returned successful to the Spider, and when the time came to claim our prize, we named the Crow, buying his freedom from the Spider's shackles. It enraged the Spider, but a deal was a deal, and so he acquiesced. When Crow asked why, we told him our simple answer. He was a Guardian. This was something Crow would learn to reaffirm as he began to receive visions from the Traveler. They manifested first as paracausal feathers that we followed across the system. Feathers that spoke about visions from Crow's perspectives. Through these feathers, we relived some of Crow's dreams, and he would confirm to us again that he had indeed been dreaming. Sometimes he was seeing a hawk, sometimes he was a hawk, and the visions always led us to a shard of the Traveler in the EDZ. We went to investigate this place, and there we literally found a paracausal hawk of pure light. Following this hawk, just like Crow had done in the dreams, would indeed lead us to a shard of the Traveler. And there, something was waiting for us. A broken effigy of a weapon from our past. Hawk Moon. It was nothing but a shell, but with the aid of the light it could be remade. This weapon was made of the same material as the Traveler's outer shell, a paracausal flesh that grew and glowed with potential. As Crow unraveled more of his dreams and visions, the weapon was slowly forming into the paracausal tool that he would one day call his own. Cleansing the corruption of the Taken would allow us to finally claim the weapon as our own. After many repeated pilgrimages to the Shard to improve upon Hawkmoon's design, Crow too would acknowledge the truth that we could already see. At first, he had rejected the idea of being another puppet for a greater being in a grand game, but eventually, he saw the truth.
I'm very hyped.
He was a Guardian.
Can't wait.
An instrument of the Traveler's will. He knew his place. He knew his purpose. In celebration of this fact, there would be much merriment and drinking, but Osiris would gift Crow with something remarkable. A new set of robes, a new cloak, and a mask. Using the mask and this new garb, Crow would be able to take steps into the Last City without the fear of other Guardians attacking him for knowing who he was. And as the threat of Xivu Arath faded away, Crow had that chance to prove himself as a new and true Guardian. It would become even clearer than ever, in time, heralded by the sound of stomping feet and heavy metal. Once more, the Cabal were on the march. But this time, they were not the Cabal that we had known. The Scout Legions, the Red Legion, they were all broken. Their leaders scattered. This time, we would face not a legion, but a people. Not an imperium, but an ascendancy. Commanded not by a dominus, but by an empress.
Enter Empress Keitel.
The defeat of Xivu's forces was impressive not only to Spider, but also to a watching pair of eyes from far beyond Sol's borders. Empress Keitel, daughter of Callus and Gaul's co-conspirator in the Midnight Coup. she reached out to the Vanguard with an offer. She would join her forces with ours and fight by our side against the darkness and the Hive. In return, all we had to do was swear allegiance to her and submit one from amongst our own ranks to sit on her war council as a Brachus. Subservience and safety at the price of freedom. This was not a choice that Zavala was willing to make. He rejected the Empress's offer. But true to her word and to her honor, she would not make war on us for a simple refusal of an alliance on her own terms. Zavala and Osiris were permitted time to leave unharmed, but from this first meeting we risked a cold war with what remained of the Cabal Empire. Keitel had arrived in a whirlwind fashion from Torobatl, and was calling for all of the legions in Sol to join to her cause with great haste.
She ain't pretty. I mean, maybe she's beautiful for a Cabal. We don't know.
And a place of honor if they could rise to become one of her chosen
Cabal
warriors.
are basically walking space
Behind
rhinos.
this urgent marshalling of forces, there was a bitter tragedy at play. Keitel had seen the Cabal homeworld of Torobatl fall to Zivur Arath's forces. She didn't just want supremacy in Sol.
I know
like
the people that love
did.
muscle mommies.
She needed an alliance with Zivur Arath's enemies, and she needed the remaining forces of the Scout Legions and Red Legions.
I work Friday.
She didn't want the light
I'm
itself.
Off Saturday.
She wanted the aid of the light to save her people.
Yeah.
But she had just
If
asked
people
us to
wanna,
bow to her when our home had been
bring me in.
invaded by her very own soldiers. They had brought humanity low and had nearly destroyed us. We could not simply oblige her, and could not provide her with the alliance that she sought on her own terms. The war that brewed between the Vanguard and the forces of Keitel's ascendancy never boiled over into proper conflict.
Hey, what's going on, Rip?
Instead, we would play a delicate diplomatic and pseudo-military game of sorts. Keitel was inviting great champions from across the system, and with
I'm
enough
good. How about you?
support, she would easily rally all of the Cabal forces. They would then easily be able to force the Vanguard into submission
She
through
has
a
beautiful.
more
I mean,
deadly
Keitel's one of my favorite
proposition than the
characters.
original
Like,
alliance.
I'm not even gonna front.
And thus,
I like her
Osiris
character
opted
a
for
lot.
a different strategy. We would personally enter into the trials that Keitel was putting forward for her forces, and as we entered, we would destroy the competition, preventing any successful champions from emerging amongst the remnants. This would keep Keitel's forces weak, and if nothing else, would mean that the Empress would need more time to rally her forces. Osiris would also adopt another change. Crow had been brought into the city, and would be alongside him and acted as security for both himself and Commander Zavala. Crow would always wear his mask though, in order to keep his identity secret. Only in moments of silence and solitude would he remove it. One night, within the city gardens, Zavala also sought solitude, but neither he nor Crow was alone.
That's not how you
Scion
spell my name.
assassin had been placed within the city walls, and their goal was to take the life of the commander. Before they could carry out their mission,
Don't be racist.
Zavala spotted them and quickly dispatched of them. But not before Commander Zavala saw his face, and for but a moment beheld the man who had killed his best friend for a brief glimpse. Crow wasn't discovered properly that night, but the mystery of the situation didn't end there. Through various communications, Keitel insisted that she would not send forces to assassinate her rivals, and at this point in time, that notion made sense. Keitel had acted with honor, and if she wished to employ underhanded tactics in her battle against us, we would likely have seen it earlier in play. There was a point at which Scion snipers directly aimed their scopes at Zavala and Osiris in the first meeting, but Keitel had let them leave. She had not ordered them to be killed there, even though she could have. Using an assassin did not seem to be her style. Something else was at play here. Regardless, this turn of events accelerated tensions within the Vanguard, and so Zavala, Saladin, and Osiris agreed on a risky gambit.
Obi's got seniority over you,
Zavala would invoke the right of proving.
But I can only assume Obi,
would
he's
traditionally face
assuming
off against
that
each other in this ancient practice. But
I have
instead,
Down syndrome.
we Guardians would face Kaito's chosen champion, Ignovan,
if you think
aboard
that's
one
the
of her
case,
Imperial
you might
land
want to be
tanks.
careful, because
If we won, an armistice
that
would
means
be
I'm
agreed
probably
to on
gonna be
our
a lot
terms,
stronger
and the
than you
Cabal
are.
and humanity would
Just
at very
saying.
least be at peace for now. But if Keitel won, her original terms would be satisfied, and Zavala would join as a Brachus. Humanity and the Guardians would become a client species of the Cabal Empire, and the Vanguard would effectively be dissolved. Ignovan, even though he was a powerful Cabal, was no match for a paracausal force that had slain gods, and with new powers of darkness at our side, they were quite simply not ready for us. With our victory in hand, Keitel was forced to honor the agreement. The armistice was ready to be signed. Keitel and Zavala met on Nessus, accompanied by various dignitaries and Crow on our side of things. They were ready to proclaim their agreement in blood. But in the background, yet more Scion assassins were at work, and this time they had a new tool up their sleeve.
I love what Keitel does here.
They had secretly stolen remnants of the technology that had been used to create the cage around the Traveler. Whilst at the beginning of the Red War this might have been a giant machine, now the sect of assassins had worked secretly to create a miniaturized version of the technology that would be able to drain the light from a Guardian by caging their ghost, thus rendering them mortal. Zavala's ghost, Taj, was hit by one such round, and temporarily, Zavala became mortal. The sniper had made a perfect opening for a Scion close to Zavala to strike him down. Crow took the initial blow meant to end the commander's life, and his mask was shattered in this moment. His cover was blown. That sacrifice would have been for nothing if the next swing against Zavala had actually landed. But proving her honor, and knowing that this would be the undoing of any possible peace between her and the Guardians, Keitel grabbed the Scion, lifted it into the air, and slammed it to the ground, killing it before it could land the blow. Swiftly, she insisted that she had not ordered this attack, but that she would be able to find the perpetrators. And so the armistice went forward. Commander Zavala's ghost, Taj, was freed, and Zavala looked upon the man who had saved him. When he saw the face of Aldrin Sov, he realized what had happened. This was not the Prince of the Reef that had stolen away Cade's life, and so he did not aim a mortal blow in Crow's direction, especially considering that Crow had just saved his life. Instead, he extended a hand of friendship and brought him to his feet. Now that Zavala knew, he would work alongside us to keep Crow's identity secret within the Vanguard until everyone was ready to accept him for who he was. Few others would be allowed to know of Crow's true identity. This included Amanda Holliday, the tower's shipwright, who had been one of Cade's closest and most trusted friends. Unwittingly, Amanda and Crow would become friends as well, both of them being oblivious to the man that Crow had once been, and the sins of his past life. For the time being, though, there were other occurrences throughout the system that needed our attention, none more troubling than the story of the Glycon. The Cabal forces had picked up a deep space anomaly near Mars. It was a pocket of darkness unlike anything that we'd ever seen, and yet
one of his
it
friends
seemed
is
as though it
called
might
the
give us a
Barbaric
hint at what
Ham.
had happened to our stolen planets. A lost Cabal vessel had been sending out a distress call, and we would steal the coordinates to this vessel from Cabal forces. Though Keitel certainly wouldn't approve, this theft led us on the trail of one of the darkest discoveries we had ever known. The discovery of Callus's secret research vessel, the Glycon Volatus. For months, it had been loitering near the reef and had been abducting Scorn for experimentation. Callus was attempting to use these dead things as a method of communing with the Witness. It had reached out to Callus long ago and told him of the encroaching end, and Callus was determined to be its herald. But for so long,
you're
it had not responded to his calls. It took a strange combination of Scorn experiments reanimated again and again and placed within the Crown of Sorrow to actually commune with the Witness. But when he did successfully commune, Callus suddenly vanished from the vessel, and the records of a guardian aboard who briefly survived the encounter only to die later told us of what had happened next. And his records of what happened on the Glycon describe it like a scene from hell.
That's fair.
He states that the ship had been dragged beyond Acheron's wall. It had been pulled down into an underworld. When we boarded the ship, it was infested with Scorn, and all the Cabal crew were dead. But we also found a different kind of infestation here.
Destiny stuff goes on sale all the time.
Strange spores of darkness. This would be our first ever interaction with the strange fungal life form known as egregore, a vast web of fungal spores built upon the fabric of death itself. As we delved deeper into the vessel, we realized that we needed to use these spores in order to access deeper parts of it. Connecting to that network opened our mind and would allow us to see things in a deeper perspective, one that left us somewhat vulnerable as well, as it leaves our mind open to other outside influences. Whenever we ran these missions, Osiris and Keitel would run tactical with us, and Osiris was able to find and decrypt various logs from the Glycon. He found Catabases' story, and we found our way to what remained of him. Here, he was strung up in egregore, consumed. His ghost had brought him back so many times that it refused to resurrect him again, and Catabases had had to put him down. The only thing left to remember the dead man's tale by was his weapon, a beautiful piece of Tex Mechanica engineering, also strung up in egregore for good measure. But there was something else. Near the remains of Catabases, we found the remnants of the dark artifact that had caused so much strife. We found what was left of the Crown of Sorrow. It was given to Osiris so that he might investigate it further, and so that he might contain it safely should the need arise. Though the darkness of the crown was what Callus had used to link to the witness, it's worth remembering that prior to that moment, it had been placed on the head of Galran, and it had served another Dark Master. And soon, she would make her next move. Nightfall was coming, delivered unto us by the machinations of Savathun.
I'm going to take that as an opportunity.
Greetings everyone, my name is Bife here again. Just really quickly, jumping in here to say thank you for watching, and I hope you're enjoying so far. And also to thank again the sponsors of this video, Geology. You can go ahead and check the code down below in the description to get yourself quite the discount. Thank you again to Geology for sponsoring this video. I hope you all have a happy intermission, and I'll see you when we get back for Season of the Splicer.
Look at all that. Look at all those unpopped kernels. I really have half a mind to just throw these back in the microwave to see if I can pop them. That pisses me off. Like, they're all supposed to pop, goddammit. And they didn't. Alright, we got 4 minutes. Get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get a snack. We'll be back. Just in time.
Not shortly after we signed the armistice with Keitel's forces, tragedy befell the city once again, seemingly out of nowhere. One night, the sun would set over the last city, and then, the next morning, it would not rise. It was quickly discerned that the last city had been cast into an endless night because of a Vex simulation that had prevented the sun from casting its luminance on the city. This endless night was in itself a terrible threat. It could mean an increase in the lawlessness of the city in the short term, but it would also mean long-term problems, dwindling crops and food production, a lack of solar power generation, and a general rise in the unrest of the city. All the while, there was the mood across the city that things could potentially get even worse. Nobody understood the true extent of the Vex's power, or whether this was the precursor to an invasion that they might soon make. But Ikora Rey had a plan. Whilst there were experts on the Vex within their own ranks, this particular issue required an altogether different touch. We had previously interacted with the Elixni's bioengineers, body hackers, and masters of machines, the Splicers. As it turned out, we had also met with an Elixni that was inclined to help us, an Elixni who was well versed in these skills. Mithrax, the formerly Forsaken, had been working in the background to grow his Elixni House of Light, and had made some great strides toward his goal of creating allies of the Great Machine. We picked up his signal on Europa, and helped to defend him and his people against a group of Vex that had shot down his fleeing skiff. To stave off the Vex, Mithrax used his skill as a splicer to open a portal for us into the Vex network itself. We did not enter some simulation that day. This was the first of many strides into the true network of the Vex, and our light allowed us to traverse it in a manner that only the most skilled of Elixni splicers could hope to achieve. After we destroyed the mind that was commanding the local Vex, a great hostile presence began to loom over us within the network, overriding Mithrax's control, attempting to destroy us before we could escape. Mithrax ported us to safety, but we got a momentary glimpse at the enormous Vex construct that was responsible before we were pulled back to Europa's surface. Ikora knew that Mithrax's people would continue to be hunted and harried if they were left out like this in the snow. And so, she offered to them what might be the most extraordinary olive branch in the history of Sol. She offered to give them homes and a place to stay within the last city itself. Mithrax graciously accepted, understanding that both the people of the city and his own people would soon experience a great degree of turbulence before true peace could be achieved. To say that the Vanguard inviting the Elixni into the city's walls would be seen by many as a betrayal would be an understatement. The Golden Age had seen utopian ethics existing amongst most of the human population, but ever since the collapse, those times were long gone. Ages of progress were overturned, and people knew fear and hatred again. In particular, the ugly rise of xenophobia within the last city's population would see a notable uptick with the House of Light's arrival. Now there were targets. Easy targets at that. Some particularly shrewd political figures would look to exploit this fact. In particular, Lakshmi II of the future war cult. She was a primary disruptor in this period of time and would regularly stoke the fires of such hate. There were convenient and often, in some cases, legitimate concerns that she could raise as shields and cloaks to hide or defend any more egregious positions that her followers might take. After all, someone being your enemy for 100 years gives a very convenient pretext for you to make whatever rules for them you decide. But such issues are complicated, and to say that the whole of the city was united against the House of Light would also be incorrect. After all, the House of Light were all refugees, just like every person who had come to call the city home. Either they were asylum seekers in their own age themselves, or they had descended from someone who had been an asylum seeker, and they had all come to shelter beneath the Traveler, What were they to do? In previous generations, no matter who it had been, the citizens of the last city had not pulled up the ladder behind them. They had welcomed all to beneath the travelers' safety. When Lakshmi too stoked the worst instances of hate, there were some that pushed back, even some from within the ranks of the future war cult who left and decided that it was very clear the direction she was going in was not one they could abide by. But even as the populace of the last city was split, there were other more important figures who would need convincing. Of all the great heroes of the tower, it was Saint 14 who would be the most influential voice in this matter. Mithrax approached him in the spirit of fairness each time they spoke, and Saint was naturally somewhat combative. After having seen the devastation of the Battle of the Six Fronts and the Battle of the Twilight Gap firsthand, he had crusaded against the fallen houses, and had seen them butcher his people in the distant past on Mercury. Winning his trust would be something of a mountain to climb. One day the Elixni Quarter was vandalized by one of Lakshmi's xenophobic mobs, and their ether stores were destroyed. Now the House of Light truly had nothing. After Saint investigated the scene, he flippantly remarked that there were no witnesses, and that people could not be expected to live alongside those that they had always considered to be monsters. To this, Mithrax took a moment and with a stern tone enlightened Saint with regard to his own perspective, revealing to him
this is what I was telling you
would
about
change him forever. That there had been a monster to the Elixni all along, a monster that they told their children about. Saint heard his own story that day, but retold from the perspective of the Elixni. In this retelling, his crusades were not great journeys out into the wild to deliver justice unto the fallen houses. They were brutal and merciless campaigns of slaughter, in which he had killed thousands of innocent Elixni. This moment opened his eyes, particularly with this very simple note. He was the monster that the Elixni parents told their children of. They spoke of his insatiable rage, of how no Elixni were innocent in his eyes, that they were all fallen. Saint could see this reality himself when he looked into the eyes of the Elixni children. One day one fell in his path, and as he offered a hand to help them up, they recoiled in fear. Saint has always defended the innocent, and a moment like this broke something within him. He had always believed himself to be the great protector of the city's people, but knowing that children trembled at his passing, or even the shadow that he left on the wall, or even the mention of his name, it challenged Saint to change his ways, and it forced him to realize that the world he had seen as black and white was far more complicated than he had ever given it credit for. From then onward, much to his credit, he would change his stance, and became one of the staunchest advocates for the Elixni people. Together, Saint and Mithrax worked as one to counter the challenges within the city and without. After all, Saint may have been enlightened, but that did nothing to stop the endless night. So, together, we continuously worked within the Vex network to understand how the endless night was being formed, why it was being formed, and what could be done to stop it.
He had some of the best character development.
Delving deeper into their network, we learned how to better use our splicer abilities, and after many different incursions into different nodes in their system, we discovered that the Vex were being controlled by a single mind that was responsible for the endless night. Pursuing an understanding of which mind this was would lead us deeper into their network, where we began to see the telltale signs of the true threat behind the endless night. Deep in the Vex network, Taken infestation surrounded the nodes containing the information we needed. As we uncovered more, it became clear that the Vex mind controlling the Infinite Night was none other than Quaria, the Blade Transform. This ancient Vex mind was the same one that had invaded the court of Oryx long ago, and which Oryx had taken before gifting to the Witch Queen, Savathun. She was the reason for the Endless Night. This was all a part of her plan. Descending upon Quaria's location, we confronted this powerful Vex mind, and purged it from the Vex networks, bringing the Endless Night to a close at last. But even as Quaria was destroyed, and we stopped to remember those that we had lost, the politics of the Elixni's arrival was still a cause for some uproar in the city, and Lakshmi was still willing to exploit that moment for political gain. But Lakshmi had had a few other factors that steered her towards her path. The future Warcult had long possessed a device that she could use to see a series of potential futures. They had used it prior to the Red War to preemptively evacuate and arm as many civilians as they could. Now, Lakshmi looked into the device and saw a future where she could potentially rule the city as a single, dominant dictator. A future in which the Elixni were cast out, and where Mithrax was put on trial. This, and a few choice words from the Warlock Osiris, would be the catalyst that sparked her next action. Lakshmi gathered supporters of the FWC and New Monarchy to her side, and rounded up every Elixni in the city before the Vanguard could do anything to respond. She would follow Osiris's directions, and opened up a portal in the Botsa district in an attempt to banish the House of Light into the void of space.
Stupid
but
lady.
unwittingly, she had been deceived.
Hey, Meg.
For some time, it seemed like Osiris wasn't truly himself, and this feeling was all the more confirmed when the portal Lakshmi opened at his direction did not lead into the vacuum of space, but instead led to the Vex network. From there, the Botsa district began to be overrun. Vex poured forth from the portal directly into the last city. Lakshmi was killed in the opening engagement. Immediately, Guardians responded to the incursion in force, mobilizing with all available forces within the city's walls in order to enter the network once more and cut off the Vex incursion. Meanwhile, though, Vex had already escaped and were running rampant in the Elixni Quarter. Saint 14 quickly made his way to the scene, and when Mithrax stated that he should be elsewhere to defend his people, Saint retorted instinctively, "You are my people."
I was hoping he was going to show the cutscene.
Saint 14, Mithrax, Ikora Ray, Commander Zavala, and Amanda Holiday all converged on the Botsa district, destroying what remained of the Vex. The Elixni House of Light had been saved. More accurately, the people of the last city had been saved. The remaining elements of the factions would see this as a chance to leave the city, and in the aftermath, the factions functionally ceased to exist. There would be no more factions on the consensus. There would be no more factions at all. The city was left in a state of political limbo, meaning that the only true commanding force within the city would be the Vanguard, Ikora Ray, and Commander Zavala. But the political turmoil and ramifications of this moment would have to wait for a day in the far-flung future. There was another who had quietly slipped away from the city in this moment, just as the factions had made their break for it. Osiris would make his way to the reef. The final part of a plan put in motion long ago was coming into focus. Soon all would be revealed, and soon all would be clear.
Yeah, Obi, Holiday for the most part used all Tech's mechanical weapons.
And a bargain that would change their fate.
Season of the Lost.
Osiris had been one of our most critical allies in the last few years, and even though he had lost his light in the last year itself, he had been critical to the events that had happened recently, and his influence meant that it was hard for us to immediately call him a traitor, but his actions spoke of such a moment, and so we had to pursue him with the objective of bringing him to justice. Lakshmi had opened the portal into the Vex network at his direction. The entire city had been put at risk because of his choices. He needed to answer for what he had done. So along with Saint 14 and Crow, we converged on the reef and discovered that it was once again in turmoil, even as Osiris had arrived. Something there was drawing the forces and eye of Xivu Arath, something that was driving them mad. They were hunting in earnest, perhaps for Osiris. Xivu had also seemingly taken control of the Taken themselves, who previously had been under Savathun's influence. The pieces were slowly starting to fall into place, but what had truly happened would only become clear in the moments that followed us discovering Osiris's location. When we found him, he was conversing with a long-lost figure, Queen Mara. She had been rescued by a new coven of Techians that Petrovenge had put together at great political expense. Mara was conversing with Osiris, who was now seemingly filled with an unfamiliar guile. As we demanded that he surrender himself and that he would be shown mercy, the shadows crept in, and he began to transform. Before any foul darkness could truly seep in, Mara contained the entity that emerged from Osiris in a crystalline prison, and the horror of what had happened had suddenly become clear as day. Osiris had been possessed by the Witch Queen Savathun. She was within him, puppeting his body, controlling his mind, making his every move. Ever since the death of his ghost, he had been vulnerable, and as he had cowered and hidden from the High Celebrant on the moon, a new force had discovered him, crept in, and taken control of his now vulnerable mind. Savathun had been by our side for the last year in secret. She had helped us defeat Xivu Arath's High Celebrant. She had aided us in our plan to force Keitel's hand into an armistice. She had shepherded Crow on his journey to becoming a guardian alongside us, and she had even worked to place the Elixni on our walls to manipulate Lakshmi so that she could be removed from the picture, and to engage the Vex and create the endless night. But now, contained in this crystalline prison, she had struck a deal with Mara Sov. Osiris would be released back to us, and he would be alive, only if we could find a way to release Savathun from her worm. As part of their pact with the worm gods long ago, all Hive consumed these symbiote worms. They were granted immortality by them, but it would require a continual tithe of terrible violence and bound the Hive in eternal service to the darker forces behind the worm gods. Savathun wanted to be liberated of that tithe, the tithe that linked her to the Witness. Begrudgingly, we were forced to accept. Saint 14 was outraged, of course, but he had little choice in the matter either. This was the only way for him to get his partner back, and so he had to work alongside the Awoken to free the witch of her worm. To separate Savathun from her worm, Mara Sov would need her newly assembled coven of Techians to be restored.
Yeah, Saint went through it.
They had recovered her from the Ascendant Plane, but in the process of reaching back to the Dreaming City, they had had to scatter themselves along the ley lines. Now they were actively trying to hide from the forces of the Hive War God, or needed to be purified and brought back into the fold. This required us to enter the Ascendant Plane and to light beacons that had led the Techians down the path to Mara. In doing so, we would free certain small portions of the Ascendant Plane from Xivu Arath's influence and carve into it a new shape. A shape of safety that the Techians might use to find their way home. Recovering the new Techian coven would also help to strengthen the Awoken once more. These powerful figures might have been from a newer generation of less experienced Techians, but they were still empowered with some of the most potent magics at the Awoken's disposal. It was absolutely imperative that they all be brought home if possible. Crow's return to the reef was also a cause of major disruption. He had still not been told the whole truth of his identity by the Vanguard. His reunion with his sister Mara Sov left nothing but questions. He felt as though he should know this person. She was clearly important, for more reasons than just her title, but he just couldn't place it. Mara would see the reality of what had happened as well, and to a certain extent, she certainly resented it. The Vanguard was keeping the truth of Crow's identity from him. They had said that it was for his own protection, for his own good. But the shadows of the man he had once been still clung to him like dust to a grave. It brought Mara a considerable degree of pain, and it also caused Petra Venge to put a knife to his throat on at least one occasion. Crow did not understand why, but he was growing more and more resentful of the asymmetry of his situation, and wished to understand what he had done to cause so much anger and so much hatred. One day, his patience and his resolve faltered. Savathun had promised that she could enlighten him as to his past actions. It isn't known what power allowed her to do this, but she might have manipulated an ability of the darkness known as Deep Sight in order to feed Crow's memories back to him. Whatever she did, Crow's old memories from his time in the life of Uldren Sov returned all at once. He remembered who he had been and what he had done to his people, to the Guardians, to the city, to Cade. It was too much for Crow to bear. He fled to his vessel and would go into a period of isolation for some time, refusing to speak to anyone but his ghost. The horrors that he had committed, the pain that he had inflicted. Crow now saw the evil that people had understood him for, and was ashamed, deeply ashamed. For the pain that Savathun had inflicted, Mara invoked her power and silenced the Witch Queen in her prison. Up until the moment when she would be liberated from her worm, there would be no more words out of this deceiver. But at this point, the damage had already been done. But Mara was not quite done with us yet. We could still play our part in the coming ritual, and in order to do so, there were certain tools of the Awoken that we could collect and make use of. With this end in mind, Mara Sov set us on the path to a weapon that better explained her own connection to her resurrected brother. The weapon was known as Arga's Scepter, a powerful tool that could carve away paths within the Ascendant Plane to fulfill one's own desires. It was initially meant for Uldren, but it was passed on to us. Mara told us the story behind this weapon, a story of Arga's scepter and Riga's crown, an analogy for herself and Uldren, herself and Crow. She had explained that across the gulf of space and time, they were cosmically linked. Their hearts beat as one, and they could sense each other's presence from far-off places. But the brother she had known, the brother she had seen as a tool to be used at her discretion, was now gone. Now she would have to rebuild her relationship with a new person, with Crow. And she would have to prove that she could change, that she could show Crow the respect he was owed. After months of preparation, the time eventually came. Xivu Arath's forces were clawing at the edge of the Woken territory, and it was finally time to extract Savathun's worm. The ritual would pit all of Xivu's forces against the combined might of the Guardians and the Corsairs of the Reef. We succeeded in drawing out Savathun's worm, after defeating many of Xivu's champions. But before she could be ended by Mara Sov, the Witch Queen escaped. True to her word, Osiris was left with us, and he was technically unharmed, but he was also locked into a deep coma, and he would be unresponsive for months as he tossed and turned, fighting against the visions of the Witch Queen's mind, trying to uncover and unmask what secrets within it that he could. But with Osiris having been liberated, and with her actions having caused us significant ire, our next task was a simple one. We were to pursue the Witch Queen and take revenge against her. We also knew that now she was a weakened monarch. Without her worm, she was mortal. She would have only one life. If she died, it was all over. So our pursuit was even more desperate. And so in time, we would pursue her to the heart of her dominion. And though we expected to find a place of darkness there, what we discovered would change everything we thought we knew about darkness and light. Savathun's plans were in motion, and there was little we could do to stop them now.
Oh, stop it, Marshall. Ugh. The Witch Queen.
It would not take long for Savathun's forces to re-emerge, but it was unexpected for them to re-emerge above Mars of all places, a planet which had only recently been stolen by the Witness. Now Mars was back, and with even the faintest word of its return reaching the Hidden's ears, many agents within that order under Ikora's command converged upon the Red Planet, Eris Morn amongst their number. It wouldn't take them long to discover something they couldn't easily explain. A mysterious relic of the pyramids had been found on Mars. It was brimming with paracausal potential and the powers of darkness. As Ikora landed to investigate the relic, Keitel's cabal also arrived and began assembling artillery with lightning speed. But they weren't here to fight for whatever this pyramid relic was. Their quarry quickly revealed itself, a massive hive vessel, Savathun's flagship, the Lure. We were dispatched to Mars with all haste and discovered that the planet was covered in temporal anomalies. Walking through these strange rifts, we would get a glimpse into the Martian past. More pressingly, there was now a large force of Cabal we needed to bypass to reach Savathun. We unfortunately had to dispatch of them before we boarded the vessel, but when we did board it, something was clearly wrong. The hive on this ship was surrounded by moths. Moths filled with light. In a certain sense, this wasn't so unusual. Moths generally do accompany the hive and are found in places of death. But for them to be full of light was strange. Normally the hive would exploit or devour light, but for these living creatures to persist and seemingly shield the hive themselves, it was strange. They were not things of darkness, clearly, and yet they clung to the hive in all of their evil. Something didn't make sense. There was only one true remnant of darkness within the vessel that we discovered, an artifact of the Black Fleet at the foot of a half-destroyed statue. We wouldn't know it at the time, but this half-destroyed statue was a statue of the first disciple of the Witness, Rolk. And the artifact that we had retrieved from beneath it was supposed to be a gift for Savathun should she ever ascend to the rank of a disciple. A gift that now she would never receive.
I didn't know that statue was supposed to be Rolk.
When we reached the heart of the vessel, we found a portal into Savathun's throne world and saw the Witch Queen retreating through. But we would make an even more distressing discovery as we approached. A knight of remarkable strength and size emerged.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Obi, because the artifact that we got from that gave us the Enigma glaive. And what does Rolk use? He uses a glaive.
From the portal. But stranger still, there was a ghost at his side, and when we felled him once, the ghost resurrected him, and he began to use the powers of the light, just like a Titan would have. This would be the first time in our history that we would face off against a Hive Guardian, and unfortunately, it would not be the last. We would have to become very accustomed to the practice of crushing the Hive ghosts so that they could not resurrect their charges. But after this moment, our initial assumption was rather clear. For these terrible things to have happened, Savathun must surely have found a way to steal the light somehow. So we pursued her into her throne world and discovered the extent of her use of the light. Instead of being a terrible place of darkness like the throne worlds of Crota and Oryx, her throne was different.
No.
It was filled with light. This place wasn't home to a typical hive brood either. These were the Lucent Hive, Savathun's own brood, that were also reflected in the light's luminous sheen.
The game's not on.
They were using
now,
the light as a weapon against us.
The game's not going to be on until tomorrow afternoon. You missed your opportunity to get Godslayer.
But so was Savathun. Quickly, we caught up with her, and we thought we had momentarily defeated her, but of course it was far too simple. Merely a deceptive echo, which quickly subdued us and cast us out of the throne world. We were left abandoned on the sands of Mars by the relic.
Yeah,
and so
the
we
servers
returned
are
to it,
offline
where
until
Ikora
tomorrow.
was standing there, waiting for us. We reported our initial findings to Ikora, and took the artifact we had discovered to the nearby relic itself. It then began to react to us,
But don't feel
and
bad, I didn't
granted
get
us a new
Godslayer
power
either.
of darkness, known as Deep Sight. Using Deep Sight,
Yeah,
we were
Pantheon
able to
goes
reveal
away.
the psychic
Like, it's
echoes
going away.
surrounding certain objects or people. This allowed us glimpses into their pasts and into their minds. It could also be used by the relic to adjust weapons, rewriting them as if pulling them from another time or from a memory of something that they could have been. A relic of power such as this, combined with the artifact recovered from Savathun's ship, could create something remarkable. And under the scrutiny of the
Thank you for the
relic,
follow, man.
the artifact
I appreciate that.
changed. It created something new, a glaive, the Enigma, a weapon that had been intended for Savathun, a weapon whose designs and specifications dated back to a culture that had been destroyed eons before the Hive or humanity. This was an original design of the Lubraeans, one that Rolk had been fond of, one of the only legacies of his homeworld to have survived. With our new weapon in hand, Ikora instructed us to make further excursions into the throne world. We had to discover how Savathun had stolen the light at all costs.
You better recognize
And now we had a new power at our disposal with Deep Sight. Maybe we could use
Alright
it to
guys,
understand
don't
more
make
about
me
what
turn
had
those
happened.
off. We are having a watch
Not long
party.
into our incursion, we encountered an unlikely ally, a defector of sorts. His name was Finch, and he was one of the ghosts of the Lucent Hive who had decided not to resurrect his guardian after a certain amount of time getting to know him. His guardian just so happened to be a Hive Knight, whose body Finch could always be found loitering by. Finch made a quick diplomatic request for
Thank you,
safety
guys.
and
I appreciate
cooperation
it.
in order to assure that he would survive. He would assist the Guardians in their investigation and do his best to understand how Savathun had stolen the light. Whilst our ghost wasn't initially trusting of Finch, he more than proved himself as time progressed. He first informed us that if we wanted clues, we might want to start with Sagira's ghost shell. Savathun had stolen it when she abducted Osiris, and it was still in her possession, located in a temple somewhere within the throne world. Currently, it represented one of our only clues as to how she had gone about with her theft of the light. It was at this point that we also discovered that the Scorn had entered the throne world. Their presence here was an enigma, one seemingly unexplained. At first we thought it might be Fikrul the Fanatic, commanding them to encounter and conquer new lands. But this wasn't the case. Finch quickly explained that with Savathun's light in the throne world, there would need to be a more powerful, overriding force of darkness to counter and control them. The counterbalancing force couldn't possibly be Fikrul. Savathun's light was simply too powerful. This was our first hint at the menace that we would later face. This and the looming pyramid far off in the distance. When we discovered Sagira's shell, it was found in a ruined temple to Savathun's sister, Xivu Arath, the Hive God of War. When we grabbed it, we heard a brief psychic echo of Savathun. It stated that she had stood before an ancient being with 1,000 names. She would name one of them, the Witness. This was the first time our guardians had heard of the ancient foe's identity, the ancient foe that had brought about our collapse, the same foe that commanded the Black Fleet and that had reached out to tempt us with stasis. We didn't know it at the time, but we had just unmasked Savathun's greatest enemy and humanity's most ancient foe. But aside from this one psychic echo, the shell was inert, and we would need more clues to continue our investigation. But thanks to good sleuthing, we quickly discovered a new location deep in Savathun's throne world, hidden to all but the keenest of eyes, a place known as the Altar of Reflection. Amplifying our powers of deep sight here allowed us to tap into the psychic echoes of Sagira's shell more closely, and we heard more context from the words of Savathun that had manifested around Sagira's shell. We learned that she had used Osiris's form to get close to us and learn more about the nature of the light. It felt like our investigations were starting to bear fruit, and so we continued to search for more objects to interact with. Our deep sight was now the key to our investigation. Leveraging its power of insight, we would be able to see what was going on with the past of any object that we recovered from the throne world. Taking it to the altar of reflection allowed us to glimpse what had been and unveil more of Savathun's plans. Eager to prove his worth, Finch quickly found another lead for us on an object that might help us discern Savathun's plans. And it most certainly was a compelling lead. A temple dedicated to Oryx, guarded by Alakul, the former Darkblade who had now been reborn in the light, was supposedly housing an object of incredible power that Savathun had stolen from Oryx's dreadnought. Unfortunately for the guardian of this sanctuary, Alakul, the long-awaited rematch between us and him ended much the same way as the first encounter did.
As we stabbed him repeatedly in the crotch.
Of the Navigator, he was struck down once more. And as it turned out, the temple did indeed contain a powerful artifact from Oryx's past, a tablet of ruin. One of Oryx's ancient records in which he recorded the secrets he stole from Akka, the secret behind the power to take. Returning the tablet of ruin to the altar of reflection showed us more of Oryx's power to take. It told us that this power was the power to move things between dimensions, and that the witness also had this power. The psychic echo of Savathun proclaimed her plan, that she would use this power not to take, but to save. She would hide the traveler away in her own throne world, and seal it away so that she could keep it safe and keep it for herself. This meant that the urgency of the stakes was starting to become even more clear. We needed more leads. Finch made another educated guess. He stated that there might be another clue hidden in a third temple. This time, instead of being dedicated to one of Savathun's siblings, this was a temple dedicated to Savathun herself, or rather, her younger self, Sathona. We raided this temple and discovered a worm familiar on a statue that represented the younger version of the Witch Queen. As it turned out, this wasn't some effigy of a worm familiar. It was the original worm familiar, the one that had been sent by Rulk to the Osmium King, the one that had whispered to Savathun and the Osmium King of a terrible calamity that would be written in the stars, of the Godwave. This was the thing that had whispered to Savathun and convinced her and her sisters to go down into the deep. This was the reason that the Hive existed, the original mover in a plan set in motion long ago. But this worm was well guarded. We had to fight our way through an illusion of an Ahamkara, whose might was palpable and whose strength and reinforcements were quickly descending upon us. Escaping from out of the Temple of the Cunning, we were able to make our way back to the Altar of Reflection. But this time, when we approached with the worm, something barred our access to it immediately. We couldn't even enter the altar.
No, the barbaric ham went down!
Suddenly turned into a dead end. Ikora believed that she had grown tunnel-visioned in the investigation and took a moment to distance herself from the search thanks to growing pressure from Zavala. His belligerence certainly didn't help. He wasn't keen on the idea of us using deep sight either, given that it was yet another illicit use of a power of darkness. This didn't stop him from fully accepting what Eris Morn said, though. As one of our foremost experts in the power of darkness, she was ready to assist us in our next steps. She had discovered something that would unstick our investigation. Deep in Savathun's apothecary wing, one of her High Council wizards held a shard of crystal. This crystal shard had been from the prison that Mara Sov had placed Savathun into only half a year ago. The same prison that she had communed with us from. The same prison from which she had dislodged Aldrin's memory into Crow's mind. We rushed to retrieve the shard, and despite fierce resistance, we were able to retrieve it. The forces there included Savathun's right hand, one of her High Council wizards. But even she was not enough to stop us. This time, as we brought the crystal shard to the altar of reflection, we were granted ingress, and a shocking truth was revealed to us. Through the use of our deep sight, we saw the moment after Savathun had been freed from her worm, and we saw that she transported herself to a cliffside near the last city. Breaking out of the prison had left her mortally wounded, and with no worm, her immortality was gone. She pulled the shard of crystal from her side and knelt on the cliffside in the sight of the traveler, speaking to it, espousing the possibility that it had been clever enough to deceive her and allow her to simply die. And then she did. We witnessed her final death. Clawing and beating at the edges of reality, she simply passed away. There was no climactic final battle. There was no death at the hands of a great warrior. She simply faded. And then a ghost appeared. Imaru. He had found Savathun's corpse, and as ghosts do, he scanned it. More shocking still, he deemed her worthy of the traveler's light. To say that this newfound truth would shake us to our core is an understatement. Savathun, as it turns out, had never stolen the light. It had been willingly given to her by the traveler. The Hive were some of the traveler's most ancient enemies. They had committed countless atrocities against humanity and the Elixni. They had persistently hunted the traveler with the desire to consume its light. And yet, one of the greatest foes the traveler had ever known had been chosen and had been deemed worthy. As if this revelation wasn't shocking enough, Savathun herself quickly made an appearance within the altars of reflection. She had been watching us the whole time, and she had gained a crucial insight thanks to our actions. It's worth remembering that Savathun died and was reborn as a guardian. Guardians have no memories of their past lives, but within Savathun's throne world, she has a unique degree of insight and can see all things that happen. With this in mind, Savathun was able to watch our every single move within the altar of reflection. She didn't remember her plan. She had made it long ago in her past life. But now, we had fed that same plan back to her. She didn't need to remember it. We had remembered it for her. And suddenly it was clear that this was all a trap laid for us by the Witch Queen all along. We were meant to follow her. We were meant to find the relic of the Black Fleet within her ship. We were meant to bring it to the relic and craft the Enigma, discovering Deep Sight. We were meant to find Sagira's shell and the Tablet of Ruin and the Crystal Shard. We were meant to feed Savathun's plan back to her. And we had done exactly that. Now she knew exactly what she intended to do. She would abduct the Traveler, seal her throne world, and cut us off from the light for good. We were promptly ejected from the altar of reflection. We had failed. Savathun had her plan in place now. It was only a matter of time. We had been pawns in it all along. But Ikora in this moment had some results.
Legit, watching this video has made me realize just how many favors we actually owe Savathun. Like, humanity actually owes her a lot.
Despite the supposed treachery of the Traveler, she would go on and keep fighting for the people of the last city, the ones that she had sworn to protect. Even if the Traveler had betrayed us, it didn't matter. We would still use the light to defend humanity. That was our purpose, after all. And besides, there was one remaining lead in this investigation. The Worm Familiar. We'd still not been able to read it via the altars of reflection, but the altar wasn't the only way to access Deep Sight. We had originally found it from the relic on Mars, and so Ikora took the Familiar to the relic and used darkness via Deep Sight to discern the worm's secrets. It was here that she saw the truth never told in the Books of Sorrow or the World's Grave or any ancient histories of the Hive. The worm familiar contained a psychic echo of the words of the witness itself. It was speaking to its first disciple, Rulk, and we heard the words of its plan exposed. It would tell the most cunning of the three siblings of a coming cataclysm. It would force them to go down into the deep. It would force them to take the pact of the worms and to become the hive. But there would be no Godwave. There would be no cataclysm. Savathun might have been the god of deception, but the witness had lied to the hive all along. This was a small piece of information relative to the coming calamity that Savathun was about to bring, but it was crucial nonetheless. It was perhaps the only break in Savathun's armor that we could find. There was little more we could do now. We simply had to return to Savathun's throne world and confront her once and for all. And when we arrived, we saw that she had already begun her ritual. The Traveler had begun to manifest in the skies above the throne world. If we didn't hurry, the throne world would be sealed and the Traveler would be stuck here forever. So we raced to the pinnacle of Savathun's throne world, bringing the worm familiar with us.
Oh, I agree.
When we entered Savathun's ritual space and attempted to dislodge her progress, we realized that the altar at its center was deep sight compatible. It could show Savathun the truth of the deception played upon her by the witness, and so we placed the worm familiar upon it. The truth confused and then enraged the Witch Queen. It made her reckless. This weakness was just enough. It exposed the Witch Queen. Savathun had always believed herself to be superior, but now she was rattled. At the apex of the throne world, in a great battle of light against light, we fought with the Witch Queen Savathun. And despite all the odds stacked against us, despite Savathun's ancient and unknown powers, despite her having won in the battle of lies and deception,
Maniac, this is the complete history of Destiny by My Name is Life.
But in her moment of defeat, Savathun warned us that we had only succeeded in leaving the Traveler vulnerable. She told us that the witness was returning, and that the game was ours to play now, win or lose. Before we could crush her ghost Imaru, a great beam of light appeared from above. The Traveler had left and was returned to the lost city, and in this bright shining light, Imaru disappeared as well. The Hidden would come to collect Savathun's remains for study, and we had a new objective. Savathun had given us the final warning we needed. Our foe was unmasked, the witness.
We needed to learn more of it. Coming from the head.
It's nothing but faces. We would need to face it and defeat it for ourselves. We weren't done in the throne world either. We learned more of the witness from Mara Sov, who intended to discover more about it via Savathun's worm. It had been there during the entirety of Savathun's life, and had witnessed the collapse, those crucial moments where the witness's forces had been defeated. As is seemingly tradition at this point, we would end up weaponizing this creature on our path to restoring it, and it would begrudgingly inform us that Savathun had played a key role in preventing the witness from completely destroying us in the collapse. It wouldn't be some time before we learned what that effort was, but we did discover that it was Savathun's actions of killing Nezarec and stealing the veil, thus preventing the witness from enacting the final shape. But the greatest mystery of the throne world was one that was yet to reveal itself. There was a pyramid, far off in the distance. Its influence had begun to corrupt Savathun's throne world, visibly. Whilst her core structures were still cast in a lucent sheen, the further away from the heart of Savathun's throne world that one ventured, the more it was visible that the pyramid's corruption was seeping outward. Eventually, Savathun's own structures fell into decay, and an entirely new kind of architecture arose. Ancient pyramid complexes, the architecture of the Black Fleet. This was no coincidence. This was the vessel of the first disciple of the witness, Rulk. He had been cursed by Savathun when she had taken the light, but even though the curse had sunken Rulk's pyramid vessel into the bog, It couldn't prevent Rulk from exercising his power. He was still sending out his forces, namely the scorn we had encountered throughout our journey into Savathun's throne world proper. Her forces were losing a ground war against
Eastwind, yeah, it could wind up being a situation where Savathun winds up being an ally because she's still up and around, which we'll hear more about that here in a little bit. But the Vanguard is currently in possession of her ghost as collateral.
His, and we still didn't know of his existence until we investigated the pyramid for ourselves. That was where we first heard the words of the first disciple of the Witness. He saw our power and had seen that we had defeated the Witch Queen, and so he invited us into his pyramid, and to either accept the gifts of the Witness or to fall as its enemies, to be subjugated, to rise from the deep or drown within it. We pursued the first disciple of the Witness into the heart of his own vessel, and at each turn we were offered power, but we spurned it. We destroyed his caretaker, we undid his dark offerings, and we traipsed through his many vessels that he had collected from Sol. In the end, despite our efforts, Rulk had seen the supposed measure of our power and deemed us unfit to join the Witness. We had been the Defiant, and as was seemingly tradition in Rulk's eyes, there was nothing more for us to be, except crushed. To this end, he deployed his ultimate weapon, the Upended, a super weapon powered by the mother of the worm gods, Sita, who still lay within Rulk's pyramid as his captive. The exact function of this weapon was unknown, but it could supposedly turn worlds upside down, and was powerful enough to seal Savathun's throne world from the light, rendering us helpless. And so we sped on to confront the disciple, and pushed to destroy him with all haste. Rulk was by far the most powerful being we had faced up until this point. His power eclipsed both that of Oryx and Savathun. His command of darkness was unyielding. But Rulk had one weakness: arrogance. He strode across the battlefield, not as a great destroyer and a conqueror, but as one who was watching, seeing us claw our way towards victory as an entertainment. He underestimated us, and his hubris would be his undoing. By our combined powers of light and dark, by the time we had dealt the mortal blow, Rulk realized it was too late. His last words, faithful even in his dying breath, were a plea to the Witness for forgiveness. And thus the first disciple fell. Thus did we prove that the Witness's forces were not unassailable, and that they would not conquer us so easily. We had dealt the first serious blow to our enemies. It would not be the last. The war had just begun. But back on Earth, we had other issues to deal with. Savathun might have been defeated, but her forces and her brood were running rampant across the system, and were harvesting the light from the lost city's guardians, fledgling guardians in particular, who were not powerful enough to fend off these newcomers of equal station. We first learnt of this thanks to a rather confrontational conversation in the tower hangar, one between Lord Saladin and Keitel. Our earlier actions on Mars at the very beginning of the conflict involved us killing some of her advanced forces. They had fired upon us first, and so Keitel agreed to forgive the transgression but once. This would be something she would never repeat, true to her word. Zavala seized upon this moment of diplomacy and proposed a joint action of sorts, an allied strike against the enemy of Keitel's enemy, against the Hive Guardians. Using her Scion forces, Keitel would help us to secure Hive Guardians within a mindscape. We would then enter their own psyches and render them effectively brain-dead by destroying their inner selves. In this state, their minds could be scrubbed for intelligence by the Scions, and their plans could eventually be deduced. Crow immediately took issue with the plan, believing that it wasn't right to put even monsters through such torment. He had once been seen by everyone as a monster, and he saw that the way we treated our enemies had an important impact on the way that we treated each other as well. Saladin would temper his beliefs by saying that whilst mercy was important, mercy for one's foes shouldn't come at the cost of mercy to one's allies. But at the time, Crow didn't listen. Rejecting this wisdom would have grave consequences. Eventually, we discovered what the Hive's plan was. They were gathering light above the Scarlet Keep, and were intending to use the keep as an amplifier for a ritual. This ritual would have manifested Savathun's throne world above Earth, on the moon. This would have allowed them to engage in a direct assault on Earth, and would have let them take the Traveler if we did not stop them immediately. Together with Keitel's forces, we confronted these Hive, and destroyed their commander before they could finish the ritual. Crow had been unresponsive during this operation, and the reason why would soon hit us like a ton of bricks. When nobody was watching, Crow had returned to the command carrier that the Vanguard was using, parked within the last city, the Helm. It was here that one of Keitel's Scion Optuses was scrubbing through the minds of the various captured Hive. In this moment, Crow followed his convictions and did what he believed was right, disconnecting the Scion from the captured Hive. This would allow the Hive to finally rest, as they were no longer in a state of limbo. But unfortunately, in doing so, the Scion who was connected to the Hive was also killed. Crow lamented his error, but Saladin quickly arrived on the scene and chastised him for his foolishness. Keitel would not so easily forgive this mistake. We had already been offered mercy once for our own transgressions. Crow would need to face the consequences of his actions, with Cabal justice in mind. When Crow confessed his error to Keitel, she demanded that he take responsibility. A life for a life was her way, and Crow's life would be forfeit for his actions. But Saladin, in a moment of fearless sacrifice, stepped forth before Keitel and said that he would honor her. He forfeit his own life in place of Crow's. Bravery like this was something to be celebrated in the eyes of the Cabal. Saladin had offered his own life in a form of payment, and whilst it would have been tradition for him to die, there was something else that could have been done. Keitel could finally achieve what she had always wanted, a light-bearer on her war council. And so she decided to conduct a different form of justice. Saladin's life from that moment would be forfeit, but it wouldn't mean his death. Instead, she demanded justice in the form of a lifetime of service from Lord Saladin. He would become her Brachus, and he would serve her faithfully on the war council of her empire until the end of his days. This was something which was quickly agreed to by Zavala, who even told Crow not to say a word. Humanity and the Cabal had been close in this moment to all-out war. We weren't just going to allow Crow to die. Saladin's moment of absolute bravery had saved diplomatic relations between the Cabal and humanity by preventing an all-out war. Even better, it had brought the two peoples closer. Now, the two were interlinked. A guardian on Keitel's war council would also be able to represent us, and to put our interests into the Cabal's considerations. Even as many Cabal would protest the appointment, Saladin would need to prove himself. He did so in the way of the Cabal, through the rites of proving. When there were some who came to challenge him, he defeated every challenger, and within the space of less than a week was promoted from Brachus to Valus. Thus, the newly anointed Valus Forge would be one of Keitel's greatest warriors, and was appointed command of his own Cabal legions. The legion under his command would be trained in a different manner than those typically seen in the Cabal Empire. Saladin would call them his Iron War Beasts, his personal guard, and he would use his hundreds of years of training to create an elite fighting force amongst their ranks. Thanks to bravery here, Keitel and humanity would see closer cooperation in the months to come. And this would be important. Other forces were moving in the system. The Witness would quickly look to replace its first disciple. There would be one obvious contender, one who had already willingly offered himself up. And his ascension would be the next priority of the Black Fleet.
Season of the Haunted.
Our close alliance with the Cabal and the other forces within the system would morph into a wider cooperative force as time went on. The Elixni of the House of Light and the Awoken of the Reef would join Keitel's Ascendancy and the Guardians of the Vanguard to form what would be known as the Coalition. Together, we would stand as the last bulwark against the Witness and its desire to impose the final shape upon the universe. The first test for this fledgling alliance would arrive soon above Luna in the form of the Leviathan.
That would be dope.
It had previously disappeared after the Black Fleet had taken our worlds, but now it had returned. But instead of the opulent gold trimmings and white marble that it had once had, it was infested with the same egregore fungus that we'd found on board the Glycan. Worse still, the Leviathan was attempting to forge a link between its own systems and those of the Pyramid of Luna that awaited below. All this was being done at the direction of Emperor Callus, and he was making these preparations in order to begin his ascension into a disciple of the Witness. He needed to bind himself and his mind to the Pyramid of Luna. His success would grant him incredible power, but a failure in this regard might buy us time. Nightmares from the pyramid began to entrench themselves aboard the Leviathan as the energies of the two vessels began to merge. Members of our coalition would be closely and personally targeted as we attempted to board the Leviathan and stop Emperor Callus. Some amongst our number, like Ikora Rey, would stay away from this threat. Her nightmare wore a painful face, the face of Cade 6. Others had to face their fear, though, and would go to Eris to seek out her counsel. Much to their disappointment, the only way to solve this problem
that was one of my favorite
would be painful.
spots.
She would use her magics to bind them together in a ritual with the Crown of Sorrow. By binding our nightmares to the crown, we would be able to pass into the deepest parts of the Leviathan and would be protected from the nightmares. The crown could also be used to contain and release these nightmares in conjunction with a device of Eris's making, the Nightmare Harvester, a wicked contraption that would direct the torment of our foes and allow us to control the forces of Nezarek's waking vessel, dominating them in the same way that they had dominated us. Manifestations of fear would no longer stop us. Despite our newfound alliance, Empress Keitel would initially reject taking part in any such ceremony, calling into question Eris's witchcraft as a danger to the cause. After all, Toro Bartel had fallen because of hive sorcery, and it was a predictable thing that the Empress would be less than pleased with Eris's solution, considering what had happened to Galran previously on the Leviathan. Too many Cabal had already been lost by meddling in hive sorcery. But the rest of us, who had spent a significant amount of time around Eris, fighting off the hive gods and delving into the occult, understood that this was our best chance. And so we entered into the binding ritual, alongside Crow and Commander Zavala.
It sucks there was
Each
no
of them
Cade,
would be
but
haunted by unique nightmares.
it was cool that there was
nightmares
a collab,
that would tear at their psyche and give them the greatest reminders possible of the pain of their past. Crow would be haunted by an all too familiar nightmare, a nightmare of his former self, Aldrin Sov. It taunted him across the Leviathan and was quick to remind him of all the evil he had done in his past life, of all the pain he had inflicted. He was reminded of the deaths of the Awoken, of the barons he had unleashed upon the reef, and of the murder of Cade, which had harmed so many people he'd come to love.
I'm sorry for
Only
yawning,
by
guys.
facing his
It's been a
shame
long
and
day.
understanding that he could use these experiences to become a better man would Crow find peace. Zavala was haunted by grief. a grief that had been born of a long-lost part of his past, of his wife, Sophia. He had been driven to grief so deep that its extent is hard to fathom. He had failed to protect their adopted son, Hakim, back in the Dark Ages. During the middle of his training as an Iron Lord, he had left Saladin's tutelage specifically to start a family with Hakim and Sophia.
It stays in conjunction with the story.
But ultimately, the failure to protect his son had haunted him for the rest of his days, and he would continually ask his wife for her forgiveness. But there was nothing to forgive, even as he kept asking. Ultimately, they had to separate, something that drove pain even deeper. Sophia remarried and had a daughter, and when Sophia passed, her family line, each generation, would see Zavala visiting them. He continued to ask for forgiveness, an unending torment folding itself inward down the generations. The commander had asked forgiveness so many times that the torment was perhaps built in, a grief and sorrow that we can't fathom. Ultimately, the only person the commander needed to forgive was himself, and in doing so, he was able to press forward. Both Crow and Zavala had many challenges to face, but they would press forward, and they both conquered their nightmares. They were manifested things of darkness, but they were not necessarily evil. The nightmares that they were turned instead to memories, positive manifestations of darkness that could remind them of the nature of their own strength, of the trials they had conquered, and of how far they had come, of what they had learned. But they were not alone. A third member of their cadre needed to confront their own nightmares, and of course, it was Keitel. Her nightmare manifested as the form of Dominus Gaul.
And Eastwind,
he was a role model that Keitel had long looked up to, but she also knew that his ways were insufficient for the times at hand. The Cabal needed to change, but Keitel was overtaken with the burden of her responsibility, and with her failure to defend her homeworld. She was defenseless against the nightmares, but Eris would eventually convince her to join the Guardians in the binding ritual.
Totally. Dead game.
And so, we were able to help her in her next attempt to banish the nightmare. When she faced Gaul again, it was with renewed strength, and with a greater resolve, understanding that his ways were the ways of the past, and that her ways could chart a better future for the Cabal. One not of her father's greed, or of Gaul's brutality, but her own way. A way of honor, cooperation, diplomacy, and alliances. A new Cabal that would grow beyond their previous reputation, and their restrictive past. With the nightmares turned into memories, we were all guarded against Callus's defenses. It would soon be time to infiltrate the heart of the Leviathan.
I'm not gonna lie,
there were other avenues for us to investigate in the meantime. In her searches of the inner parts of the Leviathan, Eris Morn had discovered the old tribute hall that Callus had dedicated to us. There she had found a statue, within which there was a thread of Callus's mind. She had ensnared that thread and crafted a ritual that would allow us to infiltrate deep into the inner reaches of Callus's own psyche. Using this, we would understand Callus's motivations better, as well as his weaknesses. And so, the mind heist began. But what we saw was that Callus's mind had been cleft in two. There was a duality in his soul. On one hand, there was a side of him that was being tortured by the past and by the people who he had loved, or who he had thought he had been betrayed by.
Oh no, we mindfucked.
On the other hand, there was a dark and reverent fervor that would lead him to being exalted as one of the witness's disciples. Purpose and regret sat side by side in Callus's mind.
I am not a fan of
But at the heart of it all, beyond the Midnight Coup's conspirators, beyond Galran and Callus's failure to marshal the Hive, there was a greater shame. At the heart of it all, we learned that Callus's greatest shame was also his greatest love. His daughter, Keitel. She had been his betrayer. And ultimately, it would be the thing that wounded him the most. He knew that he had failed her as a father, even though he believed that he had tried. It would haunt him more prominently than any nightmare we had faced. Even to his final moments, he would think of Keitel and think of his failure.
Yeah, there's just too much bullshit.
Armed with this knowledge and protected against the nightmares of the pyramid, we ventured back into the deepest parts of the Leviathan and fought to infiltrate the heart of the vessel and to stop Callus before he could merge with the pyramid. We would be drawn into the pyramid vessel itself in the process, and alongside Keitel, we would face down the nightmares we had fought once again. But this time, instead of being forced to retreat, we were victorious. In breaking them, we also undid Callus's connection to the pyramid, preventing his more immediate transfiguration into a great disciple of the Witness. Keitel took one last moment to mourn the father that she had known. There was nothing left of him. Who he was now was lost to the Witness. The father that she would inevitably need to kill was not the same as the man that at one point she had loved as a father. Zavala and Crow took a moment to say farewell to the manifested memories of Aldrin and Sophia.
Neminal,
their pasts had been put behind them, and though it took time for the scars to heal, they were taking their first steps. Within the deepest reaches of the Pyramid of Luna, we stood victorious, broken, beaten, reckoning with our past, but still alive, still united. The strength of the coalition had held, and soon it would be tested once more. Nezarek's presence would begin to grow louder and louder,
have yourself a good stream.
And soon our other allies would be called to hunt down those echoes until they could at last be reunited. And an all too familiar villain awoke from the ice.
I am still on the fence as to whether or not I liked the Season of Plunder. I really don't know if I did or not. I really don't. Like, there were definitely some points of Plunder that I dug. And then there were other parts of it I was just like, this is so boring.
After the nightmares of the Leviathan had been quelled, a surge of activity began on Europa.
It was
Eramis
definitely
had
a
been released from her icy tomb by the Witness. It had demanded a task of her, and expected success without delay. It was her dark master now. The freedom that she had sought for the House of Salvation was nothing but an illusion. She would be forced to rally her forces in the Witness's name. And now, she would serve its dark purpose. It showed her a series of relics that Eramis recognized. Many had been claimed in the past of the Elixni during the great days
Honestly,
of the
I think my
pirate
prediction,
cruise.
Crota,
Her task was simple.
I think my prediction is
the punishment
Zavala
for failure would be severe.
And Crow,
Eramis would get to her feet and would reunite with some of her oldest allies, her pirating crews. The old Elixni pirate legends of the system would flock to her cause. The ship stealer was on the move once again, and as both ship stealer of the Devils and Kell of Salvation, she would find these relics for the Witness. The hunt was on. But for us, this hunt would begin with a favor for the Drifter. Eramis's pirates had intercepted one of his shipments, and the Drifter had asked us to kindly retrieve it. As it turned out,
the actual plunder
it was the
missions
Spider
were annoying.
holed up in a containment pod. The Spider had decided in the recent years that it was time to go to ground,
he knows how to
especially
do
considering that Mara Solve did not take kindly to the way that he had treated Crow during his time of occupation with the Spider. And so in order to avoid Mara's wrath, Drifter and the Spider had cut a deal. The Drifter would smuggle him out.
That's one of the biggest reasons I'm rooting for Osiris.
Just needed to sit tight.
I don't want to see Saint go
Now Spider told us that if we were to get him out, we would need to commandeer his old ketch and exfiltrate him. Spider had overheard a few of House Salvation's dregs talking about the new goal that the house had been set by their Kell. Now we knew that we needed to search for these artifacts in order to keep them out of Eramis's hands. Riding out on the ketch, we returned to the last city with our crew. Spider would now be under the protection of the House of Light, answering to his new Kel, Mithrax, who he seemed to have a strange degree of familiarity with. And so, the Spider, Drifter, and ourselves would unite alongside Ido and Mithrax. Together, this motley crew of Lightbearers and Elixni would search for the relics and attempt to secure them for the Coalition. Ido was a relatively new arrival in our eyes. We had briefly spoken with her during the time of the Endless Night, but now we would meet Mithrax's adopted daughter firsthand. She was more than simply Mithrax's daughter, though. She was the scribe of the House of Light, and a competent one at that. Her curiosity was something that would consistently guide her on expeditions, and whilst it would sometimes put her in danger, it was also an incredible boon, allowing her to uncover secrets that few others had ever thought possible to exist. She would be responsible for researching the nature of the relics that we were trying to uncover. Mithrax was uneasy being around these old crews, and was also uneasy being around the relics that we were collecting. There was indeed a terrible darkness to these relics, but there was something more to Mithrax's fear. Familiarity. It was relatively clear that Mithrax had interacted with these relics at some point in his past, but the true nature of his connection to them wouldn't be revealed to us just yet. The relics were scattered across the system, but they each contained a dark power that made them valuable items to possess. They had universally fallen into the hands of various pirate warlords and smugglers, and we consistently raced Aramis to each one of them when they were located, often beating her to the punch by only a matter of moments. Gathering more and more of these relics to our side only made Mithrax more and more uneasy, and eventually, Ido's curiosity was piqued by a transmission from Aramis. She made contact with Ido and Mithrax and demanded to parley with us on neutral ground. She made this request in keeping with old Elixni customs.
Yeah, I'm a big
honor was
fan.
at
I love
stake
going
should
to
she
the theater.
break the contract, and so
It's one of the
all
favorite
approached
things me and
with
the
the
missus
idea
do.
of
We love
peace
going to
and
the
parley in mind. But the words that Aramis spoke would be her true weapons of war, and she would use them to drive a wedge between Mithrax and his daughter. She would reveal the truth of Mithrax's past and why he held the relics in such fearful regard. As it turned out, long ago, Mithrax's mother had done the unthinkable. She and her crews had been on the moon and had narrowly escaped death by the Hive, as she had entered the pyramid of Luna,
just a little podling.
Nezarek's pyramid. Within the vessel which had invited them in,
We're definitely ready.
she found Nezarek's body. Sensing the power within it, she and her other crew members dissected the body of the dead disciple. These pieces were distributed amongst the pirate crews, and from them they drew dark and terrible power. Mithrax inherited one such relic, one of Nezarek's talons perhaps, a gift from his mother. With its power, he had turned into a powerful pirate lord and had terrorized the system in his early days. Elixni, human, awoken, it didn't matter. He would watch them all suffer so that he might get his way. The Spider had long hinted to this darker version of Mithrax's past, and as it turns out, the Spider and his now deceased brother Civix, the former leader of the Kel's Scourge, were members of Mithrax's crew for a time, members that had been exiled by Mithrax. With the truth now revealed, Ido was beyond infuriated with her father for not only keeping the truth from her, but also for the nature of his actions in the past. It would not be easy for her to forgive him. But much as Ido might have understood the knowledge of the past, the context of actually living it is a different thing. The Drifter would try and speak to her. His time in the Dark Age had shown him the hostility and harshness that the world had unveiled itself to contain, and he would attempt to get her to empathize with her father's position at the time. Unfortunately, Ido was not so easy to trust, and the reckless streak born of her curiosity was only emboldened by the discoveries about her father. As we recovered more of the relics, her trust might slowly mend, but it wouldn't quite fully heal in time for what would happen next. Things came to a head in the battle for the final relic. Ido had gone ahead and claimed it personally.
It's actually quite good.
Aramis
from
was hot on her trail, as were another force, the Lucent Hive. Their reason for desiring the remains of Nezarec was unknown, but in a somewhat unexpected turn, Aramis would defend Ido from the Lucent brood. Ido and Aramis were technically enemies of different houses, but in Ido, Aramis had seen hope, a new generation of Elixni that might be free of the old rot that clung to herself and Mithrax.
Tough call.
They were both relics themselves, relics of a generation that had known nothing but war and strife, the betrayal of the Great Machine, the darkness of the Whirlwind, the terror of the Long Drift. Ido had not been born into these times, and so she had a chance to live a life for herself, to live a life governing the new future of the Elixni, a future that could be improved.
The Taken Dreadnought.
The Kell of Darkness defended the Scribe of Light. Eventually, we arrived on scene, and we saw Aramis with her blades drawn and Ido defenseless. With this, Mithrax immediately assumed the worst and engaged Aramis in a duel. With the aid of his splicer tricks, he came out on top in easy fashion. Only Ido's words about how Aramis had defended her would stay Mithrax's hand from dealing a killing blow. With a momentary break in combat, Aramis would flee from battle and would leave the last of the relics in our possession.
That's not the worst one I've heard,
retreated,
believe it or not.
And knew that whilst we would celebrate our victory, her house would bear the brunt of the failure she had just delivered to the witness. It does not forgive, and it expects results from its supplicants. Its wrath would soon be felt across the entirety of the House of Salvation, and Xivu Arath would be the one to bring them their dark deliverance. With all the relics acquired, we had time to focus our resources on a matter of peace for a while.
Keitel's Creamy Thighs.
We helped rebuild the Elixir Quarter in the former Botza district,
made me shudder.
And with his people safe, Mithrax had time to study the relics in safety. And though he used that darkness within the relics, he channeled them for a power of good, proving yet again that darkness is not evil, but instead is a neutral force. The darkness is a power linked to the mind and to memory, and Mithrax's hope was that he could distill that darkness into a purer form. With its ability to provoke memory and emotion, this pure essence was distilled into a medicinal solution.
One of my favorite Bungie names
one that would finally give Saint 14 time to rouse
Halo
Osiris
3,
from his
and
long
that was
slumber.
Ted from accounting.
After a happy reunion, Osiris would tell us of the things that he had gleaned while sleeping. During his abduction, he had seen into Savathun's mind, just as she had walked in his body. And from there, secrets had been taken. He had seen visions of a distant city on Neptune, and of a secret that Savathun had hidden away there long ago. Osiris would spend the next few months searching ravenously for answers. When he did find them, it would be in the form of an old ally who had returned from the brink of death. It was time for Anna Bray's work to pay off. It was time for the Warmind Rasputin to arise one last time in the defense of humanity.
Season of the Seraph. Hands down my favorite season from Witch Queen. Yeah, I'm big fans of Saint Osiris. Like, big fans.
Anna Bray had been working on Rasputin's systems for months now. Osiris's return had prompted her to redouble her efforts, given that only Rasputin could seemingly verify the existence of a hidden human colony on Neptune.
Osiris
despite having a vast amount of Rasputin's data saved from the Martian pillory
there wasn't
engram,
solar light in there
the data
anymore.
was
It's
still
Vex
incomplete.
radial area.
If we were going to successfully reconstruct a war mind, we would need the assistance of its other creator. This was the assessment of Osiris. Clovis Bray I would need to be involved in order to salvage Rasputin. Descending upon his complex on Europa, we discovered quickly that his position was being overrun by the Hive and the Wrathborn of Xivu Arath. They were quickly pursuing
What about
Clovis,
Cade? I mean, I like
they
Cade.
had clearly returned to the system in force to
I'm
accomplish
biased,
more
though.
goals than
I'm very
simply
biased.
this.
I'm a Warlock man.
The House
so
of Salvation
I'm obligated
troops
to like
that were
Ikora
fighting
and
alongside
Osiris.
Zivu's hive
Like, it's
were
obligation.
also different. They no longer had their free will. They were Zivu's latest Wrathborn, the Dark Soldiers
One
that
of
had been
the
corrupted
most
by her
useless
influence and the
SMGs in the game
cryptoliths,
right here.
turned into mindless beasts of war. Aramis's house was being punished, and this was not the only way in which that punishment would manifest.
Obi,
The return of the War God had created another reason to resurrect Rasputin. It could be a powerful weapon, and if its Warsat network could be brought online again, it could be used in a decisive manner to defeat Zivor Arath's forces. After saving Clovis from the Witness's forces, he agreed to assist us in rebuilding the Warmind. He arrogantly stated that he would be required for the process, as only a mind of his singular genius could possibly be trusted to coordinate this Herculean task. And so Anna took a moment to transfer
Hunter
him
Bane,
from
Kate all
his
the way.
facility
I mean,
on Europa into her prototype exoframe, where Rasputin was being rebuilt. This would allow Clovis to more closely monitor
right
the
here.
Warmind's restoration. In order to return Rasputin to life, we would need data. Mountains of it. The data needed to construct Rasputin once more could be found in his old subminds, such as Charlemagne and Malahayati. Acquiring these old fragments of knowledge would be like finding pieces to a puzzle, and slowly we would rebuild the Warmind. Some of the Warmind's own code would also be able to help us.
I'm
The
a
more
Warlock
of it
main,
that there was,
and then
the more Rasputin would be able to reconstruct on his own. His heuristics would be able to fill in the gaps. But even as we embarked on this task, Elsie Bray would caution us against trusting Clovis too much.
You gotta be a
She had
borderline
dealt with him
crackhead
plenty of
to play a
times
hunter
before,
effectively,
and she
I'm
knew
just-
that he
I'm too
relied on his
conservative of a
manipulative
player.
character to get his own way. She also knew that his agenda was often not to be trusted. He was self-serving to the maximum. If he was working to rebuild Rasputin, there was bound
Crackhead in
to
a
be a
good
reason
way.
for it. As we worked to reconstruct the Warmind, we uncovered yet more of its secrets. Floating in orbit above the last city, there was an orbital platform known as the Seraph Station. It contained yet more Warmind data, and also held the possibility
because, like, the
to be a
idea of
command
throwing black
station for the
holes at
Warsat
people,
network
like, intrigued me.
should the need arise. A powerful asset to secure for sure. But at the station's heart, we saw a terrible sign of what had
there you go,
happened
Eastwind.
to the House of Salvation. They had raided the facility for certain, but they were not led purely by Elixni. They were led by Hive, they were led by Wrathborn, and then the sign of the Witness's cruelty could be seen firsthand. Praxis, the
Cade 6
technocrat,
premium USB.
an Elixni
Don't
we had
use
killed
USB.
back
Cade
on
6
Europa,
premium
had been
dongle.
risen by the Witness as
See
a
if you can get
scorn,
away with using
infused
dongle.
with darkness. His ether had been corrupted, and he had become an undead. Aramis reached out to us in this moment. She made it clear that this was the fate of her house, and that it was a regret that would travel with her for the rest of her days. Upon securing the station, we would be able to transfer its control over to Rasputin's systems.
I liked this mission too.
With
Seraph
more of
Station was fun.
Rasputin's submind
I liked
architecture
Seraph Station.
restored, Anna Bray would begin searching further afield for new sources of Warmind data. She stumbled upon a novel and ingenious source of it,
Oh my god.
a ghost, specifically the one that had belonged to the Iron Lord Fellwinter. After all, Fellwinter was intimately connected to the Warmind. He had been
Barry,
one of Rasputin's
Jimmy, how you
Siddhartha golems, the spies and the eyes and ears that Rasputin had sent out into the population so he might know them. Rasputin's data was contained within Fellwinter, and his ghost contained some of that data as well. We found its remains at the Iron Temple, and returned that data back to the Warmind. Then, something remarkable happened. Fellwinter's memories and personalities were merged with the Warmind, giving it new perspectives, and allowing it to emerge and speak for itself for the first time. It swiftly made contact with us, and told us that Clovis Bray was not to be trusted, that he had deceived us all. Rasputin informed us of what Clovis's original goal for the Warmind was. He told us of how he was meant to strike down the Traveler and to replace it as humanity's war god. All this was meant to be accomplished with a protocol known as Abhorrent Imperative.
That's all the hunters.
Protocol that would allow Rasputin to strike the Traveler with its Warsaw network.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
Rasputin also informed us that Clovis Bray planned to merge his systems with that of the newly reborn Warmind,
and have to be reminded
and to use it to gain control over all of Rasputin's Warsat network. With these weapons at his disposal and being integrated into Rasputin's code, Clovis Bray planned to ascend and become a mechanical god for humanity, the great leader that would shepherd us into the future, the last universal common ancestor of all human progress. Clovis Bray, as per usual, simply wanted to be the one in control. He had always been a madman, self-obsessed from the beginning. And this time, sadly, was no different. Anna and Elsie immediately confronted Clovis with this knowledge, and he quickly was removed from the exo-frame and sent back to his original facility on Europa. In his place, the newly resurgent Warmind would emerge, and he would help to guide us to what we needed in order to complete the rebuild of his systems. Not only would this allow him to better unearth the truth of the colony that Osiris had glimpsed in Savathun's mind, but it would bring us one step closer to reactivating the Warmind's defensive capabilities in full. It looked as though we might succeed for a bit, but soon it became evident that even our best laid plans were not going to survive contact with Xivu Arath. Thanks to some clever deductions by Eris Morn and Ido, it was discovered that Xivu Arath was setting a trap for us all. The Warmind's revival was something she had anticipated, and in a spectacular display of her own power, Xivu was pressing us to rebuild the Warmind. And this is why. Hive gods feed off of their ability to create whatever honors them. In Xivu's case, she is honored by war, not simply the act of making war on your enemies, of battling them, but also of the rituals that take place before, the maintenance of machines, the construction of weapons, the building of defenses, the sharpening of swords. By preparing Rasputin and rebuilding a giant machine of war, we were effectively engaging in worship of Xivu Arath. This would all come to a head if the Warsat network was used. They were Rasputin's greatest weapons, and so long as they were used in an act of war, Xivu would be honored. She would gain enough power to open her portals to her throne world above Earth and begin a full-scale invasion. And if it just so happened that Xivu claimed the Warsats for herself, then all the better. They would be turned on the Traveler, and it would possibly be destroyed. If we used our great weapons, we lost, and if we let them fall into the hands of the Hive and the Wrathborn, we would also lose.
Hey, welcome back.
Rasputin made the final tragic calculation. In order for us to be victorious, we had to refuse to play Xivu Arath's game in the first place. But his final damning conclusion on the course of action we needed to take would take a few weeks to properly calculate. In the meantime, there were other strange rumblings coming from around the system. In particular, Osiris detected an anomaly on Mars. We had learned that the scars and temporal anomalies on Mars were the result of the Witness looking into the past and trying to uncover something. Osiris believed that it too was searching for the hidden colony in Savathun's mind, the secret that she had hidden away, and so he asked us to go and investigate the areas that had been unveiled. In particular, there was one spire, an old facility of Clovis Bray design, one that we had to investigate on Osiris's behalf. When we arrived, we found that the facility was designed to cage an AI, and that it had been activated in the latest stages of the Golden Age by Clovis Bray. Clearly it had been created as part of a system meant to contain Rasputin, but whilst there was an AI contained there, it wasn't a remnant of the Great Warmind. It was Soteria, The AI built by the Ishtar Collective and Clovis Bray during the Golden Age, the AI that had used Vex technology to incredibly accurately predict the future, a future in which it foresaw the arrival of the Black Fleet and had tried to save humanity in the process. It had been contained here for its disobedience and for seemingly going rogue. Soteria was the reason that Rasputin knew about the encroaching forces of darkness, and if she had been left to her own devices, Soteria might have been able to save some of the lives of humanity. But now she was contained here, save for her detached submind that she had sent out into the reaches of space, which had been picked up by the people of Neomuna. Our discoveries on Mars were important. By digging deep into Soteria's prison, the so-called Spire of the Watcher, we were able to uncover yet more proof of the potential for a colony to exist out in the reaches of Neptune. But this knowledge alone would not be enough to stop what was coming next. Our discoveries were important, but Xivu Arath was on the move, and as the Coalition gathered to discuss what was to be done, Rasputin found the solution to Xivu Arath's trap. The only solution was for the Warsats to be destroyed, and for him to perish along with them. This way, nobody risked using the Warsats to inadvertently trigger Xivu Arath's trap. Everything was coming to a head now, and perhaps realizing that we weren't taking Xivu's bait, perhaps seeing an opportunity to finally achieve her revenge, Aramis forced our hand. As we prepared on our own terms to destroy the Warmind, the House of Salvation struck out in force and made their way to Seraph Station. Aramis would board the station and would move to activate the abhorrent Imperative Protocol. Had we gained control of the Warsat network, we would have used them as tools against the Witness's forces. But under Aramis's commands, the Warsats began to turn and targeted the Traveler. In a moment that shocked all that looked on, as the abhorrent Imperative Protocol was all but armed, something began to move within the lost city.
I have a lot of friends that are really excited
Every
for the
Guardian
collab.
could feel it,
I never got
like a
into
great
D&D,
cosmic
so it
wind
doesn't really do anything
rushing
for me.
toward them from the
That
center
Mass
of
Effect
the city.
collab, though, I bought
And as they all
everything.
turned to look, the Traveler moved. The Traveler was leaving, just like it had with every civilization before. It had chosen its moment. The Witness was nearly here. It had decided that now it would abandon humanity and save itself, as it had done countless times before. It entered orbit and was quickly swarmed with Warsats, deploying their weapons in preparation to fire. Over the comms, Mithrax pleaded with Aramis not to fire the Warsats, trying to speak for the sake of all their people. But Aramis was unswayed, and she would be under the watchful eyes of a darker presence. She had made her choice. She would take her revenge. She activated the Warsats, which began to charge, ready to fire.
Hey, cutie.
In this moment, when all, for but a brief second, felt like it would be lost, Rasputin and Anna Bray made the brave sacrifice. Rasputin told her that it was time.
Press 1 in
He
the
had
chat
devoted
if you got
himself
sad
to the
at this
defense of
moment.
the people of Sol. He had bravely strode back into the world when it had destroyed him. And now, he would sacrifice himself for the good of us all. It was his choice. Devotion, bravery, sacrifice.
I was actually really sad
was
to see
deactivated.
Rasputin go. I really
He died,
was.
and the Warsat network was purged, decimated before it could fire. And the Traveler, it seemed, was not blind to the tyrant's sacrifice. It halted its retreat, hanging once again within Earth's orbit, standing defiantly against the forces of the Witness. It had seen the sacrifice of humanity's greatest protector.
One less ballet
It
fan.
would make its last stand above Earth
There's
once
so few
again.
ballet fans left, Guardian.
In death, Rasputin might have not destroyed the armies of the Witness, but he had undoubtedly saved humanity. he left us with a single message. By decoding his deepest and long-lost memory stores, he had discovered Osiris's lost colony on Neptune. He also discovered what the Witness was looking for on the colony. To us, it was simply an unknown artifact known as the Veil. We wouldn't understand its significance for quite some time, but it was the same artifact that Savathun had hidden away, the same artifact that had been used to create the Witness by the Precursor people, the artifact of darkness that they had tried to link to the Traveler, one of the tools the Witness would use to enact the final shape. We had to make our way to Neptune with all haste, but in the wake of the Warmind's death and the Traveler using this last moment to make a valiant stand, the great machine had been left exposed. The day we had all dreaded was here. The Black Fleet made its final move in earnest. The second collapse was upon us, and the Witness would begin the final stages of the plan set in motion millennia ago.
Oh yes,
the Witness would rise,
God, I'm so looking forward
and
to
the
it.
light would fall.
"7 years we have waited to finally come face to face with them."
The time of endings had arrived. As the Pyramid Fleet made its way to Earth's atmosphere, it was supported by the various ships of Callus's loyalist fleet, his newly titled Shadow Legion. Whilst their vessels fell easily enough,
absolutely.
we had no defense against the Black Fleet itself. All the forces of the Coalition rallied to the side of humanity, but we were helpless against the Pyramids. And from the mobile command vessel known as the Helm, all the Coalition's leaders could do was stand back and watch. But in this moment of remarkable
From D1
tragedy,
until now, like 10 years.
something stirred within the Traveler. Light. It had detected the Witness's darkness aboard the lead vessel of the Black Fleet, and it struck back with a chaotic beam of pure potential and life. The power of the light made manifest. The pyramid vessel was sundered and overtaken with wild, luminous growths as a new seed of silver wings was planted in its hull. At the heart of the beam, the Witness had been caught within its full power. But as we would soon realize, it was utterly unaffected and slowly began to approach the Traveler. We tried our best to intercept the Witness as it approached, but it unleashed its terrible powers upon those Guardians that made their way to intercept it. The ships, the Guardians, and their ghosts were atomically sliced apart. They died instantly. The shipwright Amanda Holliday was amongst the attacking squadron, and whilst she wasn't hit by the Witness's powers, the debris from the assault crashed into her vessel, and she was forced to Earth. Humanity's forces and the Traveler itself had proved ineffective against the Witness. The Black Fleet began to surround the Traveler and enclosed it in some kind of containment field, shuttering off its beam of light. At long last, the Witness's grand chase was at an end. It would reach out, and upon reaching a certain proximity to the Traveler, it would receive a vision. It suddenly knew where the Veil was, perceiving it through the connection it had to the Traveler. With all haste, the Witness sent its newest disciple, Emperor Callus and his Shadow Legion, to the location of the Veil, Neptune. Osiris would quickly pursue them, along with us. Now all the hopes of the universe would rest on our shoulders. We didn't understand what the Veil was. We didn't understand why it was important. All we knew was that the Witness was searching for it, and that its plans to end the universe relied upon it. We quickly boarded a Cabal vessel just before it dived into near-light speed travel, and we found ourselves exiting NLS at the edges of the system, in the outer giants. We had seen Callus's forces.
Like I always said, that
they were starting to touch down on the surface of Neptune.
No one believed me.
And we helped, at least in some regard. Some of Callus's vessels were vulnerable from within.
Favorite subclass?
And so we scuttled what we could before escaping to Neptune's surface in Cabal drop pods. We had to follow the Cabal on a bit of a hope and a prayer. Diving deep into the clouds of a gas giant meant that we shouldn't have been able to land in the first place. But instead of falling endlessly through clouds and being crushed by immeasurable pressure, we emerged into a neon-soaked cityscape. We had discovered Osiris's colony. We had rediscovered the secret human city of Neomuna. Our arrival was quickly noticed by the local protectors, the Cloud Striders, Nimbus and Rohan. 12-foot-tall cybernetically enhanced warriors now stood at our side, and
Jesus.
They may have been tasked with defending their own people and their own city, but they weren't about to reject a little help if it was against the enemy that we had in common. Even as the Cabal rained their drop pods down on the city, the actual populace of this place was nowhere to be found. Neomuna's citizens had prepared for war, and all of them had universally retreated into the Cloud Ark.
I mean, Solar is a
simulated
solid
reality
choice.
Created
Solar
thanks to the connection that had been forged by the Neomuni technology to the Veil.
Witch Queen Void 3.0.
It was also a great source of
Void
power
3.0
for the
was
city,
the best.
and it had helped protect them from Vex incursions for the many years since their isolation. But the splendor of Neomuna had also been tainted. A large portion of this city had been crushed by the arrival of Callus's vessel, the Typhon Imperator. With it, the Shadow Legion had arrived in force, accompanied by some of the Witness's own personal forces. They would be known to us later as the Dread. Specifically, though, great hulking abominations strode forth alongside Callus's forces. They were the Tormentors, and they would be more than capable of going toe-to-toe with Lightbearers. Osiris's drop pod had landed nearby, and he needed us to help break him out. He did not have his own paracausal abilities of the light anymore, after all. He did not have the same strength that he once did, even if his determination was the same as it had always been. But before we freed him, our ghost noticed an unknown source of energy that was paracausal in nature. A mysterious, verdant source of power. It presented itself like threads, and when we reached out, we were overtaken with darkness. But this was not some festering corruption or some malignant thing. It was the energy of potential, of fate, of purpose, of connection.
I do love
We had
Strand
found
as
the
well.
signature
Strand
of the
is
darkness
really
that
good.
emanated from the Veil, a new element at our command. For the first time, we had discovered Strand, a power of the darkness that was very different to what the Witness had shown us with Stasis. We had seen many individuals on both sides of the war use the powers of darkness, but to the best of our knowledge, we were the first to ever wield Strand. Our temporary surge in power allowed us to wipe out a large contingent of Shadow Legion troops, but after some time, we pushed ourselves too far and were momentarily exhausted. We could not climb, and Osiris had to be saved by the Cloud Striders, who easily took care of a Tormentor and several Shadow Legion troops. After we had all regrouped, we headed for the Veil's containment building, but quickly discovered that it had been
Strand,
overrun
Void
with
Stasis
Cabal. We also saw the
Void
tools that the Witness and
Strand,
Callus had deployed
Solar
against us.
Stasis
Paracausal
Arc.
disruptors.
Arc
They
is
were
definitely
preventing
the
us from
weakest
using
right
our
now.
light
I
and
really
dark
feel.
powers. Pushing through regardless with force of arms alone, we managed to approach the overlook to the Veil's containment building, and we saw that it was overrun. There, our ghost was momentarily possessed again, and it appeared momentarily as though we could glean valuable knowledge. We saw a direct communication between Callus and the Witness, whose voice emanated from our ghost.
So goofy looking.
We didn't know why, but their plan was to link a device of some kind, known as the Radial Mast, to the Veil. It was a relay device. As we now understand, Linking the Veil and the Traveler was the objective.
Like, it's
so
the
perhaps
shoulders.
the radial mast
the
was a tool
look
by which the
ridiculous.
Witness could accomplish this. This device, whatever it might be, could doubtless be found aboard Callus's flagship, the Typhon Imperator. And so our next move was to assault it directly, so we might destroy this device before it could be used. When we reached the deepest chambers of the Typhon Imperator, Callus's forces were waiting for us, and his trap was sprung. The shields around the radial mast were utterly impenetrable, and even though we momentarily regained control of Strand, we weren't able to break through. Our light was fading, and were it not for Keitel, who attacked the vessel in force, we would not have escaped. Our new strand powers that we had developed were of immediate interest to Osiris. He believed that they might in fact be originating from the Veil. It was also of interest to Osiris on a tactical level. It was a force that wasn't accounted for in the plans of Callus or the Witness. Osiris would push us to gain a deeper understanding of this power, and as we assisted the Cloud Striders, it seemed like it was still beyond our control. We learned more and more about it, but every time we pushed ourselves, we would still feel our control eventually slip. Regardless, the use of Strand at all in our arsenal was something that gave us progress. The paracausal disruptors that Callus had deployed didn't account for Strand energy, and they could be destroyed by it. We would be able to use our Strand powers without restraint to destroy the forces of the Witness. Osiris also made various further discoveries about the darkness, uncovering the further truth that unlike the light, which was based in the power of the physical universe,
steroids and cybernetics,
darkness was based in the immaterial, the world of
C7,
emotions, thought, will, and fate. An important understanding, one that would further what we already knew. The Witness was not truly darkness, it was merely a user of it, and even darkness itself was not truly evil, it was merely a force of the universe, as basic as gravity. Regardless of what lessons might be learnt, our teachings would be cut short. Callus's forces were making their moves, and they were trying to bring the radial mast to the Veil. We had to intervene quickly. If such a link would provide the Witness with victory, no matter what that victory looked like, it had to be stopped. So we set out with the Cloud Striders to stop them. Nimbus was waylaid, so with Rohan at our side, we pushed forward to the Veil containment facility. Our Strand powers were reaching new heights, and we used them to destroy various Cabal commanders and even a few more powerful tormentors. But when it came time to destroy the radial mast, our powers once again abandoned us and left us unable to fight. The senior Cloud Strider Rohan made the ultimate sacrifice to destroy the radial mast. He bought us the victory that we needed at the price of his own life. But there wasn't time to grieve. This only reinforced to us that we needed to master our new powers, or Rohan's sacrifice would be for nothing. But we discovered that our approach had been all wrong. Unlike stasis, which was the element of control, to master Strand, one must let go and accept one's place as a part of the weave, the web of fate that binds all life together.
Who's Rohan?
After understanding this and realizing the truth of this matter, we finally achieved a mastery over Strand, and not a moment too soon. Callus's forces were preparing to once again assault the Veil containment facility and secure it so that the Witness could finally do what it had been planning to do for eons. It would link the Veil to the Traveler, allowing it to enact the final shape, radial mast or not. If the Veil was removed from Neomuna by Callus, it could be brought to the Witness. It would not need a link.
Nimbus kind of got on my nerves.
In its possession.
Like, he reminds me
with
of
Empress
a person
Keitel and Nimbus by our side,
like,
we defended the facility as long as we could, with Keitel deploying her Ascendancy forces to fight at our side. But eventually, we were forced to retreat into the Veil containment facility itself. Callus broke through the facility's defenses in a mad rampage, and beneath this object of ancient darkness, we faced off against the Emperor, using the powers of Strand amplified by the Veil itself.
Thank you.
And in the end, though his power was great, Though he believed that this would be the glorious final battle of our lives, it ended up being the last battle of his. We were victorious.
Imagine going through that bullshit on Legendary and just getting greeted with a Warlock Bond as your prize.
And as Nimbus also regrouped with us, our ghost proclaimed that they were feeling strange. We received word from Osiris all too late. We had to get our ghost away from the Veil as fast as possible.
Destroys Callus.
Once again, it was too late. Our ghost had been possessed by the Witness. To understand what might have happened in this moment is difficult, but I believe this theory may be the correct answer. The ghosts are part of the Traveler, made and forged from the same cosmic flesh as its shell. Within them, there is a cosmic link to the Traveler itself. The Witness had needed the radial mast, an object of grand light, in order to link the Veil to the Traveler before. Now it had another object of light.
I really didn't have
Using
much
our
reason
own ghost
to go back
and possessing it,
and
it would form the link it needed.
That much more?
We couldn't bring ourselves to shoot our ghost down and prevent this moment. We failed, and a stream of cosmic energy erupted from the Veil, flying through the system and striking the Traveler. Our ghost was saved by Nimbus, but it was too late.
Legendary was kind of trivial at that point.
From the command deck of the helm, the Coalition leaders watched as the Witness enacted the next step of its plan. This moment had been 1,000,000 years in the making. The Witness approached the Traveler unhindered, and with its outstretched hand began to carve great lines into the Traveler's divine flesh. When those lines had joined, the space between folded in on itself. The Traveler had been dissected, and a way into its pale heart had been opened. The Witness and some of its pyramid vessels ventured into this portal, where at last the Witness would be able to enact the final shape for good. Within the heart of the Traveler, the energies of the light and the darkness could be merged to allow the Witness a measure of ultimate control over the universe. There would be no more life, no more death, only a stagnant limbo where nothing would change, a final shape that would be exactly for the Witness alone to command and control. We stood before the portal and beheld our failure. It was over. We had lost. But even with this great defeat, our struggles were not yet done. It would take time for the Witness to complete its plans in earnest, and while it worked within the Traveler itself, we would still see its forces rampaging across the system.
I love that thing.
On Neomuna, we would work with Nimbus to uncover more about the Veil, and confirmed something of our most ancient and original foe, the Heart of the Black Garden. We learned that the Heart of the Black Garden had been a failed copy of the Veil. We also managed to find the lost submind of Soteria, which told us of critically important information. It told us that an enemy of the Witness resided on Titan, and that if we were to save all of existence, we would need to venture there to secure victory. But Titan had not emerged from the Witness's clutches. It had still been abducted, and even many months later, was nowhere to be found. In the meantime, there were other pressing matters to attend to. The citizens of Neomuna were having nightmares. This might seem trivial at first. Nightmares are normally just things of fear. These were different. They all spoke with the same cruel, twisted voice, one that seemed to invite laughter,
either add
the demise
Android
and dread that it brought.
Just to give Vegeta a reason to be pissed.
We would start hearing this voice too in our waking moments.
And Bula. And his
we would
daughter,
hear it all the more clearly when we held certain relics of Nezarec. We heard his voice deep within the Vex network, and in some quiet places on Neomuna, in its central plazas as they were being attacked. As long as we held something connected to Nezarec's past, the echoes of the final god of pain rang out through our ears. The voice was beckoning us. It was an invitation that would eventually take us to Essence, what remained of the Witness's pyramid ship, the personal vessel that had been attacked by the Traveler's light. The beam of the Traveler had changed this place irrevocably. It had grown into a wild place of light and dark. The roots of a new tree of silver wings had started to grow and to crack the obsidian stone of the vessel's structure. And the roots of this new tree had skewered something of remarkable importance: Nezarek's interred remains. After his dissection by the Fallen, the Witness had salvaged all that remained of the Disciple and had placed him in a state of suspension on board the pyramid vessel. Nezarek was technically dead, but not too dead to dream. Only Nezarek's head had been recovered. And yet, as a tree might grow from a seed, within his containment, Nezarek was beginning to regrow as well. His body was filled not just with the paracausal energies of his original darkness, but with the new, wild growth of the light. His strength was returning, and with one of the roots piercing his containment, whenever the tree grew, so did he. As we ventured through, we had to feed light and darkness to the roots of the tree of silver wings to progress. And as the tree grew, so too did Nezarek. We would hear his heartbeat. It would sound the doom that would approach should he properly return to the world. And at the apex of his power, when he had completely regrown, we would face him. His grotesque new body was an abomination of light and dark. But with his old weapon, Night Terror in hand, he sought to devour our fear and unleash his gluttonous wrath upon this doomed new world. He had returned to reap the pain and suffering that he believed he was owed.
The final god
but thanks
of
to
games.
our own mastery of light and darkness, we were stronger. We struck down the Disciple just as we had done to Rolk, just as we had done to Callus. But as his strength faded once again, we heard the last fleeting words of Nezarek, promising that his memory would never fade, and that even in our quietest moments, we would know his voice. It is still unknown if he lives on in some psychic form, but he has come back from the grave once before, right before our own eyes. It is possible that we haven't seen the end of this terrible
in the
force
ass in Pantheon
just yet. Back on Earth, the Witness's other forces, the Shadow Legion remnants, even after Callus's defeat, were continuing to conduct their Dark Master's purposes. As primitive as it sounds, the Witness would carry out many of its following actions purely for the sake of hatred and for the infliction of pain. It wanted us to experience the same helplessness that its creators had when they were abandoned by the Traveler. The people of Earth were being kidnapped by the forces of the Witness and rounded up into well-defended prison camps. It was here that Mara Sov intervened. She had seen how we had mastered both the light and now a new form of darkness. She had seen that we had ascended, and that all those who stood at our side were worthy. She named us as one of her new Queensguard, members of a great and regal order, and alongside Devrim K, Amanda Holliday, Mithrax, and the Crow, we would conduct many daring raids in order to break the people of Earth out of the prisons of the Witness. After raiding multiple prisons successfully, a trap was laid for us. It was meant to destroy us all, but we got a strange warning of sorts from an old foe. Aramis had seen her faith in the Witness shaken. What the Witness had done to her people had challenged her beyond even the Great Machine's betrayal. She would sit and think.
For everybody new coming in and all the new follows
she would
tonight,
break her allegiance with the Witness.
We will be live.
She herself was broken.
Today,
not
the
in body,
moment Final Shape goes
but in
live.
spirit. She didn't care for vengeance anymore. She had seen it enacted. As she had turned the key to fire the warsats, she believed she had achieved it. only for defeat to be snatched from the jaws of victory once again. She had made the choice, and even though there were no repercussions, she realized that her heart simply wasn't in it. If the world was going to end, she didn't care anymore. She would eventually leave the system and look for her long-lost mate Arthris, but before she could find her, she warned us of the trap that was being laid before us and tried to steer us clear. She had always been our enemy, and so we ignored her warnings. Whilst many of us would escape, it was Amanda Holliday that would pay the price for our refusal to listen. Aramis was able to save Mithrax from being enveloped in an explosion, evening the score for the time he had showed her mercy when hunting down Nezarek's relics. But Amanda was now dead. Gone. She had given her last full measure so that the people who were trapped could
F's
escape.
in the chat for the hottest blonde in Destiny.
Her death shook us all. Crow was distraught. Despite his past life, they had become friends, and though the relationship they had developed was complicated by what Aldrin had done to Cade,
F, not S,
Amanda
Marshall.
was still of the understanding that he was a different person at very least. Even if emotionally speaking, she was having a lot of trouble connecting with him.
Squeak.
But it was Zavala who was most affected.
Want to say hi to Archie?
He had watched the Traveler give the light to the Hive. He had watched it nearly abandon the people of Earth. He had watched it do nothing as the people he loved and cared for died. From his adopted son, to his wife, to the woman he'd come to know first like a daughter, and then as one of his oldest friends. Zavala's faith broke. He cursed the Traveler with his words. If it would not lift a finger to save his people, then he would become like Atlas once again. He would shoulder the burden of the coming war for the survival of all life in the universe.
Check it out.
The war that would begin its next phase beneath the methane seas of Titan, and with the words of a long-lost Leviathan, who would at last be roused.
You're at work about 2 hours in. Oh, you've been watching this too, Scott? Yeah, let's see, I have the Archie plushie. I've earned the Ribbon plushie. I just haven't bought it yet. Let's see here. I have a Ghost plushie.
Before we made our way to Titan, before it had even been returned to us, we attempted the most obvious course of action. A portal, an entrance into the side of the Traveler had been carved by the Witness.
And I have one of the
We had to see if we could follow. We sent an exploratory ship to follow in the Witness's wake. The Guardian aboard, Joxer, was found in what was left of the ship's wreckage. He had been cosmically shifted. He had been phased into the hull of the vessel before it had been spat out of the portal, as though he had been moved and reassembled on a quantum level. And then, fused into the vessel.
Here is...
We would need to find a way to guarantee our safe passage.
My replica
Entering the portal in this state was a fool's gambit, doomed to failure. But luckily for us, our first clue would present itself in due time.
I have Hive
Titan re-emerged from the dimension the Witness had abducted it to. And immediately, we started receiving an emergency distress signal from an all-too-familiar voice. Deputy Commander Sloan.
Little Cade rubber ducky.
She was alive. She had survived all these years in isolation, and she was now calling for help. Zavala immediately sent a contingent of Titan forces, including Saint 14 and Lord Saladin, to find her.
Unpopular opinion, I actually like Season of the Deep.
And the Drifter would also decide to tag along.
Deep Dive was good,
more
the
out
dungeon
of mere
was
curiosity than anything else, though by this point his involvement in our plans was realistically of his own volition. He knew that Zavala would grow reckless, and so the Drifter endeavored to use his years of adventuring expertise to temper Zavala's ambition with a little practical wisdom. As we touched down on Titan, it was clear that something wasn't right. A remnant force of Hive appeared to still be on the Arcology. That wasn't so unusual. But as it turned out, these forces belonged to the Hive God of War, Zivu Arath. After our initial
We better
assaults
finally
began,
see Zivo
we were
Arath in
greeted
final
by a
shape. Like,
terrifying
we
sound
have
of the
been
likes
dealing
of
with
which
her
we had not
ass
heard
for so
until
long.
that day. Zivu's voice echoed through our minds, amplifying the ferocity of her forces, weakening our resolve.
What else?
She
Let's see what else we
enraged
got
and
back here.
taunted Saint for his failure to prevent Sagira's death, for not being there to be at his partner's side and defend him from her high celebrant. His rage was palpable, but other than breaking the advancing hive on his gauntlet and faceplate, there was little he could do. When we stopped Zivu's rituals and interference, we noticed that the signal of Sloane's
Seraphin.
distress call was coming not from somewhere on the arcology platforms, but instead from deep beneath the waves. Zavala immediately tried to get us to jump into the ocean in the most direct of fashions, but the Drifter had a better idea. He transported us to his ship, knowing that we didn't have the necessary equipment to survive the crushing pressure
Still
of
smells
Titan's
new.
oceans. When we were properly outfitted, we headed down through the methane seas and found our way to a subterranean dive tank, a research center from the
Vidmaster.
Golden Age. There, we found Sloane and saw that she had been infused with taken corruption. Her mind was still her own, but the corruption would allow
Iron
her to
Lord?
tune into the orders being given by Zivo Arath.
Kingsfall ring?
It was not something she had gained of her own volition. It was an affliction. She could still
Kingsfall
hear the
ring?
whispers of
It doesn't
Zivu
fit anymore,
in
though.
her mind, and the stress of her long campaign was clear from the start. Sloane was strong, stronger than perhaps 1,000 other Titans, but the burden she had chosen to bear was utterly monumental, greater than any
This is
other
either
Guardian's
solstice
burden
or
in that
dawning.
time.
I don't remember which.
It is hard to resist the strength of a god, let alone Zivu Arath, when one stands alone. But luckily for Sloane, in her years of
And
isolation
this
on
one
Titan,
should be-
she might have been the only Guardian, but she wasn't truly alone.
Forerunner.
Along with her ghost, she had made another ally. From behind the viewport of the dive pod, a giant creature swam into view, placing its eye directly up to the porthole for all to gaze upon it. Sloane had found a survivor of a primordial species, the last of the original worm gods, the worms that had not been corrupted by the Witness, but had instead been whales of the great oceans of Fundament. She had found the one who had escaped the Witness's corruption and now
missed
sought
one.
its downfall just as we did.
Splicer.
This was the legendary Leviathan of Titan, the monster behind the glass. As Drifter would call them, the long boy in the soup. And her name was Asa. Sloane had been saved from Zivu's clutches by the great Leviathan, and it had promised her assistance in the fight ahead. Assistance that included Asa's intimate knowledge of the Witness's origins. In order to access this information, though, the link that Asa had forged between her own mind and the mind of Deputy Commander Sloane would need to be reinforced. To do this, we would use some of the tools of the Witness against it. Egregore. The fungus that we had found aboard the Leviathan had also infested Titan's seas, growing as a sort of coral in the deepest
Tricorn
reaches
necklace.
of the seabed. Egregore spores
Ghost ring, that's
open
actually
one's
my
mind
engagement
to
ring,
darkness
and
and
then,
allow psychic connections that would
that's the
otherwise
Crota ring.
snap under the weight of one's waking mind. Asa and Sloane could use this coral to strengthen their connection and allow a communion of sorts. After
And
enough
then-
infusions of it, Asa was able to fully communicate to us
The
through
fishing hat
Sloane.
from Season of the Deep.
She told us of the Witness's origins, of how the Precursor people had once also enjoyed the Traveler's bounty, of how they had sought to merge it with the Veil to create the final shape, and of how the
Oh yeah,
Traveler
yeah,
had
like
rejected the
if you're gonna get a
synthesis.
raid jacket, you
and
gotta
fled.
pull the trigger on that quick.
It was also here that we learned of
Like,
the
you
terrible
gotta decide
cost
within the first
that
week
the
whether or
Precursors
not you're getting
paid
it.
to create the Witness, merging their minds into a single compound being using the powers of darkness that they had learned from the Veil.
Oh, we're gonna get more into
This
the
was how the
Scott.
Witness was
Episode
born,
1
and
is
Asa promised
pretty
that
much all
soon
Vex.
she would be able to tell us of one who knew how to defeat it. But Titan's return to the system was cause for much more than our own discoveries. The Lucent brood were on the move again, and shortly after Titan's return, a massive Lucent Hive vessel crashed down into the methane seas and sank beneath the waves. This was no accident. This was deliberate. It had been sunken to a specific point near the bottom of the ocean near the new Pacific arcology. But the Lucent Hive had worked to secure the platform above with a small army. The Hive up top were enacting a ritual to try and cloak the entrance to the arcology's drilling platform, the one area that we might use to access the seabed and enter the vessel for ourselves.
Well, I'm looking forward to
And
the
so
weapons.
Sloane sent us to investigate and stop the Hive ritual. We put an end to this ritual of concealment, but it was clear that the objective that the Lucent Hive had crashed their ship for was down on the bottom of the seabed. And so, accessing the drilling platform, we dove into darkness. The only viable method of reaching the bottom of the seafloor was to follow the arcology down. And so we did, marching on the dark seafloor of Titan to reach the crashed vessel. The Lucent Hive here were risen from various broods. Most notably of all, though, were those of the taken King Oryx
next week,
and his
after the raid.
banished son, Nokris. Something nefarious was taking place here. After we defeated the newly risen Ekthar, the Sword of Oryx, now Shield of Savathun, we headed deeper into the lowest reaches of the ship, where we met the seabed. And there we saw the objective of the Lucent Hive. It was a body, gargantuan in size, with an all too familiar face, one that had once spelled doom for the system. It was Oryx. His body had been pulled from its low orbit of Saturn into the gravitational anomaly when Titan was abducted. It had then plummeted into Titan's atmosphere and fallen into the seas. It rested now on the seafloor, and the Lucent Hive had discovered the king's remains. Their plan was not simple, but if it worked, it would truly change the nature of the system forever. Using a mixture of the light and Nokris's powers of necromancy taught to Savathun's brood, the Lucent Hive there were attempting to raise one of the most powerful and ancient foes that humanity had ever known as a Lucent Hive. A light bearer with Oryx's power would be nearly unstoppable.
No.
The Taken King reborn in the lucent sheen of the light would be a force beyond reckoning. The danger was evident, immediate, and apparent. Without little thought or hesitation, we crushed the ghost that was being used in this ritual and engaged the Lucent Hive wizard at the ritual's heart.
Eastwind,
In
no
her
problem. We are 9 hours and I would say 9 hours and 26 minutes in, out of a 10-hour and 1-minute video. So we're about done.
A life this wizard had been one of Nokris's high necromancers. Maybe it was her plan. Maybe it was something she had found from her old life, a talent that persisted beyond death. But it would not be put to use. We managed to stop the ritual just in time, but this made us once again pay attention to the Hive of Savathun's brood. They could not be trusted to conduct themselves without engaging in plans that could sow disaster for us. Even as the doom of the world approached, they were making their own schemes.
All right, have a good night, Eastwind.
And such
Get some
things
sleep.
could uproot
Big
what
day today.
remained of the structure of the universe to their advantage. We would need to keep a closer eye on them in the future. As we were preparing to commune with Asa one last time, Zivor Arath struck again. She had abducted Asa, and her wizards had dragged her into the deep. There, in a dark ritual chamber, deeper than any other that we had ventured to, we would need to find Asa before the ritual of the Hive was complete. When we arrived, we realized what the plan of Zivor Arath was. Given enough time and given no distractions, the wizards of Zivor Arath's coven would take Asa. And if they succeeded, our one chance, the one person who could give us information necessary to defeat the witness, would be lost to us. We descended into the ritual, butchered Zivor Arath's wizards, and brought Asa back, just in time. As we returned her to the dive tank, Sloane's burden of corruption momentarily overpowered her, and she spoke with the voice of the Hive God of War. Zivor Arath chastised Sloane for her weakness before the strength of the God of War, proclaiming that without war, Sloane was nothing. Sloane even put her blade to Commander Zavala's throat in that moment, and would have killed him. But Zavala was of sound mind and calm voice. His direction centered Sloane again. He spoke with the conviction not of a commander, but of a friend, and with the power to rouse Sloane from her corruption. She wasn't alone. She had always had her friends by her side. Zivu's corruption faded, and an entirely different voice emerged from Sloane's mouth. She spoke once more with Asa's voice. She was freed. Asa conveyed through Sloane her most vital truth, that the one who hides truth in deception knew the way. In order to follow the witness into the Traveler, we would need to resurrect Savathun once more. The Witch Queen had to be returned for our path forward to be carved. She would rise again, or all life in the universe would be forfeit. The mere suggestion of this enraged Saladin and Saint 14. They had both fought long and hard against the influence of this evil. Saint in particular was furious given what Savathun had done to Osiris. But we had no choice. To prevent the end of all things, we would need to resurrect Savathun. The Hidden still held custody of her remains in a secure vault. They had been studied by Eris Morn, and they were mostly inert. But they could be resurrected at any time. All they needed was Imaru, her ghost. He would be the next one to lead us on our path forward, and a dark path indeed it would be.
Imaru was such an uppity little shit. I loved him. Season of the Witch. Alright guys, we're almost
Savathun
done.
has always been cunning, and she knew that she might die at our hands one day. She had prepared contingencies just in case such an event might happen, and had left those contingencies in the capable hands of her ghost, Imaru. After we discovered his important role in all this, he would reach out to us voluntarily, as his instructions from his master dictated. He would resurrect the Witch Queen, but on one condition. We had to deal with Zivor Arath, the Hive God of War. Destroying a Hive God is no small feat, and we had barely any time in which to do it. We could not so easily locate Zivu's throne world of the Black Terrace, and so dealing a final death to Zivu would be next to impossible.
And
we would need to fight the power of one Hive
so
God
I don't know if we're gonna get
with a
smacked
Hive God
it
of our
tomorrow.
own. There were perhaps only 2 people who knew the rituals of the Hive with intimacy enough to conduct such an affair. The uncooperative
But it
and
won't
partly
stay 300
deceased
gigs.
Warlock
It's only 300
Toland the
gigs
Shattered,
because it's loading the new
and
build
the
and
newly
not getting rid of
rising
the old
witch,
build. When it unpacks,
Eris
it's going to get
Morn,
rid of the old
the
build.
last bane of the Osmium dynasty. Using Hive rituals and dark magics, Eris would enact the most terrifying ritual imaginable. Within a revealed secret spire in Savathun's throne world, and with green soulfire in her
it was only
heart
like 29
and
gigs
Hive
for me.
scripture
So, like,
in
I
her
think we're safe
throat,
for now.
Eris began to ascend. With ourselves, Imaru, and Ikora standing as witnesses to the event, we saw as she invoked the names of those who desired vengeance against Zivor Arath and the Osmium dynasty. She mantled vengeance, and vengeance became her blade. She was lifted into the air before us, and began to change. Her form twisted, spines growing from her back, claws elongating from fingers.
Worms
The ritual
whinnying
grew in
in pride.
intensity until it was a raging firestorm of green flame. And then it was over. Now Eris Morn stood before us, ascended into the hive god of vengeance. She was transformed, and she was now our only hope of defeating Xivu Arath. Her first words after this apotheosis would define our mission.
I don't know,
Bring
sweetie.
me your tithes.
Because I play on PC.
And so we did.
So
Eris Morn
I don't
had
know what
created
PlayStation's
an
doing.
acolyte's
I would maybe
staff
say wait
for us to
until the
use.
store updates
It
tomorrow.
allowed us to use the destruction that we
Super
had become
Saiyan
so
Eris
adept
Morn.
at creating to tithe power to Eris Morn just like any other hive would to one of their own gods. Though the staff was designed to prevent us from having to partake in the hive's own blood tithe, which eternally bound them to the path of violence. Using our own powers and offering them up as tithes, we would be able to empower Eris, and if she grew powerful enough, she would be able to take on the hive god of war. But the task ahead of us was utterly monumental and fraught with danger. Xivu was the conqueror of 1,000 worlds, and her might was near insurmountable already.
Eris
We would
Morn's
need to
hive
collect
marital
as
aid.
many countless tributes of violence for Eris as we could muster, and all the while, she would be subject to an unending barrage of scrutiny. The tower had been slowly pushed further and further with Eris's magic, and every time it had proved its usefulness, but every time the boundaries were pushed further still. This would be a step too far for many. Ikora would shield Eris from the scrutiny of the tower where she could, even as she fostered some of her own doubts. But many others looked upon Eris's choices with fear and frustration in equal measure. None more so than Elsie Bray, the exo-stranger, who had experienced many a dark future where Eris Morn had ascended to rule the Hive, a moment that had brought ruin and calamity to all of Sol and the Guardians of the Light. As we continued to explore Savathun's spire at the heart of her throne world, Xivu's forces would make a move of their own. Pushing in and invading Savathun's throne world, Xivu would delight in Eris's transformation. She believed that she was now embodying the soul and spirit of Oryx the Taken King, in being the one who wielded his slayers. She had embraced the mantle of a hive god. She might easily take his place as first navigator in time. At very bare minimum, she would stand alongside her as yet a new sister. Oryx's purpose reincarnated. Xivu was hopeful that Eris Morn might simply embrace the power of the Hive. But Eris's resolve was greater than even Xivu had realized, a mistake that would be her downfall in the end. After many preparations had been made, we would eventually manage further explorations into Savathun's throne world. We discovered that below the highest reaches of Savathun's spire, but above the low oubliette in which the altars of summoning were located, there was a secret chamber within the spire.
The
This
Imbaru engine
hidden chamber
pissed me
was known
off.
as the
I hated
Imbaru
that
engine.
thing.
Imbaru is a dangerous and unique concept that was effectively created and weaponized by Savathun. She is a hive god of deception, and she gains power wherever lies and ignorance take root. Imbaru is essentially the empowering of Savathun by one's own ignorance. An entire engine built around such a concept was designed as a puzzle, one
feeding a
meant to
troll.
confound and confuse.
There
It would
is
slowly
nothing in
unlock
Destiny
over time,
called the Legacy
inviting
Collection.
us into its inner
Like,
reaches,
you just have to buy
delve
everything
into
individually.
deeper secrets still. But the mysteries of the Imbaru engine would have to wait. Xivu's forces were being massed, and it was clear that there would be a final confrontation with us soon. Imbaru believed the situation had turned
Okay, well, yeah,
hopeless,
don't
and was
look
on
for
the
anything
cusp
called
of
Legacy
fleeing,
Collection. You
but he
just
was
go to
forced
Destiny
to
2
remain
and then
even when he knew
all the
that Eris
subcategories is all
had
the
not
expansions
collected
and
enough
stuff. You
violent
just
tithes
get it that way.
to challenge Xivu Arath. But Ikora and Eris had a plan, a bold gambit, They would get only one chance, and if it failed, all of creation was being held in the balance. After we defeated one of Xivu's great champions and conducted one last tithe to Eris, Ikora entered the ritual space in the altars of summoning.
Oh,
and had Savathun's
this
body
cutscene was
ported
so
in.
good.
Imaru was
It looks
instructed
good
that
on you,
despite the
honey.
terms of our agreement having not been completed, this was his last chance to resurrect his guardian. And so begrudgingly, he did so.
Nope,
And
you have
life
about
was
11 and a
breathed
half more
back
hours,
into the
bud.
Witch Queen. Savathun returned to us from the dead, and immediately made an about turn to approach Eris Morn. Eris would only utter 4 words in response to the Witch Queen's musings on her new form. I am your ruin. And with blinding speed, Eris took her blade in her hand and cut the Witch Queen's throat. This had been a true
Oh, that
death of one
cutscene
of the
was so
Hive
good.
gods in their own throne world. More importantly, unlike when
Yeah,
we
the
had slain
servers are down until
Savathun,
tomorrow.
Eris was able to claim her power
25-hour
as a god
maintenance
of the
in prep of the
Hive.
final
The
shape.
power that Eris claimed by killing Savathun, in combination with the tithes of the Guardians, had momentarily left Eris Morn as the most powerful Hive god in existence. The Taken King
Yeah,
and
no problem,
First
buddy.
Navigator, the god of lies and deception.
Just
god of
grace me
war.
with that follow and we'll
All
call
of
it
them
even.
were nothing
Yeah, there
before
you go.
Eris
You got
Morn,
it.
the unbroken blade, the god of vengeance. And Eris turned her wrath on the god of war.
Yeah, it totally died.
She
It
had
totally
all
died.
the might in the universe at her
Destiny 2
fingertips. Everything that the Hive had
D2
ever
totally
done,
dead.
everything that they could ever be, was hers to command. If Eris had desired, she could have gone on from this moment to conquer all of the city, to rule the Hive and to become their dark master. But in their frail sword logic, she saw the weakness of the Hive. Tempting as the very nature of godhood itself might be, Eris's conviction was stronger. She did not succumb to corruption. Instead, she made a choice that would define the nature of Xivu's existence forever. To kill Xivu would have been following the Hive's own way, and would ensure that she stayed a god forever. The transformations had been momentary, brief as she absorbed the power within the oubliette every time the Guardians made a tithe. But if she killed Xivu, she would be transformed
Yeah,
permanently.
go ahead, Crota. Go for
But
it.
she had made a solemn vow to Ikora and to the Drifter that she planned to be with them. And even in the face of godhood, this vow stayed true. So Eris summoned her power, and instead of using it as the sword logic might demand to kill, she used it to banish Xivu Arath from her own throne world. This action took all of her power, and she would not be able to hold onto it because her actions were not in keeping with the sword logic.
IOTS in the
Eris
chat for
was
Eris
reverted
for
to her
being the
mortal
boss
human
bitch.
form and fell to the ground. But in the moment that she had collapsed, Xivu's wails of grief could be heard across the Ascendant Plane. Eris had rejected the notion that she was Oryx, born again. She had shown the Hive God of War exactly why she was the bane of the Osmium dynasty. Xivu Arath had had her strength shattered. She would never again
Crota,
be able to
I have
return to
four-
her throne
I have
world.
4 cats.
She was
There are just
banished
2 in the
from
room
it.
currently.
She was now mortal.
The
Her
other 2
next
are in bed with
death
the misses.
would be her last. Savathun was quickly raised once again by Imaru, and seeing us standing by Eris and Ikora, she quickly realized that there was a real chance that she would be defeated again if fighting began to break out between them. And so, she agreed to a temporary armistice of sorts. She left Imaru with us as collateral. The entire reason for us resurrecting the Witch Queen was so that she could tell us of how to pursue the Witness, and Savathun had given us no clues about what this method was. When we inquired, she said that the way would reveal itself soon. And so it did. When we delved deeper into the Imbaru engine, we unlocked the deepest final chamber.
This mission
Within it,
sucked.
there was the greatest curiosity of all, and the answer to our questions. An egg. The egg of an Ahamkara, a wish dragon. This was one of Riven's clutch. It was much unlike the eggs ruined by Taken corruption in the Dreaming City. There was still life within this egg. It was the hint we needed to continue our investigation. We realized that we were going to need to use wish magic and an Ahamkara in order to pass through and follow the witness. But what's more, we remembered back to the moment of Savathun's resurrection and deduced that there was a pattern in her wings. But this wasn't just any
only
pattern.
one of them's paying attention.
This was a wish. Something meant to be put specifically to one dragon above all others, Riven of 1,000 Voices. This was a unique code to be inputted on the device known as the Wishing Wall that Mara had constructed to more specifically bargain with Riven without adverse consequences. And finally, it was revealed what this wish was. A wish to follow the witness. The fabled and lost 15th wish. Savathun had made it, and Savathun had hidden it away all along. This would be our deliverance.
Man over here using Redrick's
Suddenly our path
broadsword
was
on the
clear.
Riven fight?
The only way for us to follow the witness into the Traveler's Pale Heart was using the wish magic of an Ahamkara. And there was perhaps only one of the dead dragons
never mind, it's
that
doing
still
work.
had the power to grant a wish of this magnitude. A dragon that had had dealings with Savathun before. Riven. Riven of 1,000 Voices. The last known Ahamkara. Ensnarer of the Forsaken Prince. Damning perpetrator of the curse on the Dreaming City. And Mara Sov's greatest secret.
Well, see, that's
in order
the
to enter
crazy
the heart
thing,
of the
Crota.
Traveler,
Like,
we would need to
OnlyFans?
bargain
Like,
with Riven. Even though
yeah, a
we
lot of
had
people
been
use
her
it for porn, but
murderers,
you can, honest
we
to God,
clearly had
use
no
OnlyFans
choice.
for whatever you
And so
want.
we
People
returned
just
once
do
again
porn,
to the Dreaming
so.
City to face the old monster that we had slain so long ago in the name of avenging our fallen friend, Cade 6. The final act of our story was about to unfold.
Season of the Wish. Ugh. The season we've been in for the past 6 months.
Ahamkara
I heard you had
are
to do.
strange beings
I heard you had to
indeed.
do Riven legit.
They can be
in
killed,
Pantheon.
but even in death,
you
they are
couldn't
able
cheese
to
it.
manifest their powers of wish magic. From something as small as a shard of bone, one can make a wish that will spell disaster or change fate irrevocably. Seeing Riven's clutch, knowing that her remains still lay in the Dreaming
really? You
City,
can still cheese
and
it?
knowing that
Wow.
the Techians had secured her heart, we knew where we had to go next.
I wonder
After
what,
hearing
like,
the news
anyone
of
I
our
watched,
plan, the
do
awoken
Pantheon
corsairs
didn't-
mobilized with
didn't
all
do the
haste.
cheese. They all did it.
It was
legit.
perhaps not surprising that if we were going to deal with Riven, we would need to use the Wishing Wall. Mara had constructed it long ago to deal with Riven in a more controlled manner. But even in death, the Wishing Wall still
Doing
held
it legit
power,
is fun.
and
I mean,
Riven
yeah,
would
no
be
doubt.
able to grant wishes to those who used it
I
properly.
would just think they would try to cheese
This
it, you
was
know,
how
to
we
try
would
and make
input the
part-time.
15th wish. And even though Riven was dead, she would still be able to grant one last wish. That being said, we would need some of her remains to power the process properly, and so we descended upon the Queen's Walk, where we had killed Riven years earlier.
This is so
Despite the
unsanitary. They just
interception of the
left
Vex of the
corpse
Soul
there to
Divisive,
rot.
we managed to secure one of Riven's teeth, and taking this to the Wishing Wall, we were able to invoke the power of the long-dead dragon. Rumors had long swirled of the long-lost 15th wish that we would cherish, but it had not been found. Until now. But when we approached in order to make this wish upon the Wishing Wall, Riven refused to grant it. Mara and Riven would have stern words. The two great beings of power spoke once more with her Techians focusing Riven's spirit
Right,
within the
Crota.
hearts that they
The
had
moment you
contained.
just walk into that
Thus, a
room,
great
Guardian
manifestation
down.
of Riven's spirit,
Just
as large as her
everywhere.
original size, appeared before Mara and spoke with the Queen of the Reef. They bargained once again as they had done when they created the Dreaming City, but this time all of creation was up in the balance. As a price of granting Savathun's wish, Riven demanded that we gathered her remaining eggs and gave them a chance at life. This would mean the return of a species that the Guardians had put to the torch and driven to extinction. It would mean the return of the Ahamkara and their potentially dangerous wish magic to the system and beyond. It would change everything in ways unforeseen. But the alternative was oblivion. We had no choice, and so we accepted Riven's bargain. Riven had hidden the remnants of her clutch within her lair, a space within the Ascendant Realm and the ley lines that was also attached to the Dreaming City, one we would have to enter via the Dreaming City's portals. But something had happened. When we arrived at the heart of Riven's lair, it turned out that her eggs of this clutch had been scattered across the ley lines. All 7 of them were missing. But it wasn't the Witness or Mara Sov who had done this. There was another force at play here. We would discover who it was when we pursued the Vex of the Sol Divisive. They had stolen one of Riven's eggs and managed to transport it into their own domain, the Black Garden. As we approached the egg's location, it was clear that Riven had been here long before. Paracausal echoes of where she had been left. But strangely enough, there were different echoes there as well, echoes from another wish dragon. As we approached the site, we found the egg unharmed, and it was next to something that maybe one of us did expect. Riven perhaps hoped against all hope, but lying there next to the egg were the remains of another Ahamkara, one that she had known well. The bones reached out to Crow and petitioned him. They wished to use him to give voice to their words, and he obliged. Thus we heard the words of the Ahamkara known as Taranis, Riven's mate. He had been the one to scatter the eggs, but he was not an aggressor. He was actually their savior. He had kept himself hidden in the Black Garden where his lair was located, long after he and Riven had made their clutch. They had both managed to survive and were communicating still, quietly whispering in the spaces between realities. But when Riven was taken by Oryx, Taranis knew that their clutch was in danger of falling to corruption. They too might be lost, and the future of their entire species was in jeopardy. Out of love for Riven and for their unborn children, Taranis did the one thing that no Ahamkara must do.
I did.
He fed on his
I
own
definitely
desire
did.
and granted his own wish, a wish to keep his and Riven's clutch safe until a wish keeper could come along to reunite the clutch. We would be that wish keeper, but the death of Taranis would be the price of this wish. Ahamkara must never grant their own wishes because it forces their desires to feed upon their own existence. By granting his own wish, Taranis forfeit his own life. But then again, he was most unlike other Ahamkara. Unlike his brethren, he did not twist the wishes of his petitioners. His way was a different way that the Ahamkara could use to exist. And his lessons for Riven and their children would hopefully echo into the future. His kind-hearted nature was a novelty amongst his kin, but it didn't have to be so. Future generations, if properly stewarded by Mara Sov and the Awoken, could learn to follow Taranis' way instead. As we progressed to discover more of Riven's eggs, she would come forward to us with an admission of truth. Her bargain with Savathun, the 15th wish, would only transport a single person into the Pale Heart. If we were to take this wish and go as that singular person, we would have to face the Witness alone. In the face of this new realization, there were many difficult decisions to be had. But it was Crow who would ultimately rise to the occasion. He and Mara still shared their cosmic link, even though he had died and been reborn as a guardian. That link connected them, even if one of them stepped into another dimension. Crow realized that he could step into the pale heart of the Traveler, and Mara would still be able to find him. Using their link and the entangled properties of the Veil and the Traveler, Crow and Mara's link would be able to be used by Osiris,
any
who would
gear that you
coordinate
have
it
on
with the signal
your
of the Veil
character,
and the Traveler,
take it off, put it
thus
in the vault
creating a
before you
safe
delete
passage
the character, because if
into
you
the
delete
pale
the character
heart
with
that the
that
rest
stuff
of
on
us
it,
would
you're gonna
follow.
lose all that.
However, Crow would have to go first. Mara didn't initially approve of the idea, but she also knew that a part of her relationship with her reborn brother could only be mended if she allowed her sibling the freedom to choose his own path and to be the arbiter of his own fate. And so Mara did the most difficult thing she had ever been asked to do. She relinquished her control and agreed to Crow's plan. When we located Riven's final egg, it was initially stolen away by the Scorn. However, these Scorn were not under the control of the Witness. Instead, they had flown under the banner of an old and eternal foe, Fikrul, the Fanatic. He had directed his Scorn to acquire the egg, and with their own uncontrolled desires, the Scorn might have fed the young Ahamkara if they weren't careful, leading to potential disaster. But Fikrul's forces were no match for us,
quests,
and we recovered this final
you'll
egg.
have to do some
Though Fikrul's
quests
presence
again.
would be a dire omen
that
for
will
the
be a
future.
thing.
At last, Riven agreed and decided to grant the 15th wish. It would consume the rest of her energy,
appreciate you coming in and
meaning
hanging
she
out,
would
man.
no
It's
longer
been
be
fun.
able to manifest as a spirit. This was perhaps the last time she would commune with us, but she was ready for what came next, and the future of her brood had been secured.
Awesome, man. Love
So
to
she
hear it.
granted the 15th wish, and summoned forth a passageway into the heart of the Traveler. Crow passed through, and Mara could sense that he was indeed on his way. Riven, having played her part, folded back into the whispered edges of reality, her work now complete, and her true last wish having been granted at last. It would take Crow months to pass into the Pale Heart, and it would take Osiris months to prepare the Veil for the connection, but we would spend our time wisely. Guardians rearmed and prepared to venture into the Pale Heart in force. Venturing into the light like this would require new arms, and so Lord Shax released an arsenal of new tools for us to make use of. Old weapons as well, from our distant past that had at one point been terrors within his own crucible. The Guardians held the forces of the Witness at bay as their onslaught flooded across Earth in unending waves, and we gathered as much power to ourselves as we could, until at last, the day had come. Osiris made contact with us, telling us that there was interference between the signal of the Veil and the Traveler. Perhaps this was one final attempt by the forces of the Witness to prevent Crow from accessing the Pale Heart. The source of the interference originated from an all-too-familiar place, the Black Garden. Clearly our oldest foes, the Vex of the Sol Divisive, were up to their old games. Using Riven's secret pathway from the Dreaming City into the Black Garden, we stormed the Sol Divisive's territory, and found ourselves looking once more upon a familiar sight. A circular doorway, opening in segments, revealing a monstrous thing festering once more. The Sol Divisive had created another heart of the Black Garden, another flawed copy of the Veil. This had been done with the assistance of the Witness, and its purpose was now clear once again. If left to their own devices, the Vex might have been able to use this heart to supersede the Veil's signal and lock us out of the Pale Heart of the Traveler for good. But for all their predictive power, these Vex did not foresee that we would return to the site of our first conquest 10 years later. And where before we had conquered the Pale Heart as a novice, now we returned as a Godslayer. The Sol Divisive were defeated, and once again, the heart was banished. The pathway to the Veil was complete. As the interference died down, at long last, Crow was ejected on the other side of the portal and fell into the strange land of the traveler's pale heart. Almost immediately upon landing, he started taking fire, a stranger on the ridge. But it turned out this stranger bore an all too familiar face. Whether because of wish magic or the light of the traveler or some other strange circumstance, Crow found himself flat on his back, facing an all too familiar gunslinger holding the ace of spades. Cade 6. If it wasn't for Glint's quick appearance and the realization that Crow wasn't Aldrin, Cade might have ended him there. But they were quick to realize the truth, and stood side by side before the festering evil that the witness was creating in the pale heart. An evil that was almost ready to fulfill its purpose. For now, the time of endings is upon us. Whether the sun rises again on a world free of the witness, or whether it sets eternally and rests in its part of the final shape, know this: of the many thousands of lessons taught to us over these last 10 years, lessons hard-earned through victory and failure, there is one that has stood the test of time like no other, and it is simply this: Guardians make their own fate. When you step into the pale heart of the traveler and confront the witness, remember, you are the arbiter of your own future, and by no will but your own can you be deterred. You are no mere instrument of the light. You are no mere tool of the dark. You have transcended your purpose and become something more. You are the one who moves time forward. You are the architect of the future. You are the reason for victory on the horizon. And so go forth, and do as a guardian does, for you are no mere protector. You are the wild growth of the garden's heart. You are the battle that makes waves eternal. You are the prime mover of your own prophecies. Because you are destiny.
That was incredible. Oh yeah, that was good. That was a damn good watch. But all right. That is that for the time being. So, before I say what I want to say, let me get the usual pleasantries out of the way. So, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate the support. Shout outs to all the new follows tonight. You guys have been absolutely awesome. So, let's see. Let's go. So, Triple GG, Will Gavio, Red Ball Press, Golden Lion X, Mr. Sinfulo 1, Crota's Unpaid Intern, Eastwind 4869, Nemial, The Laminator, C7 Vet, Ma Bull, and Sweepity. Thank you every single one of you for the follows tonight. Thank you for the Prime subs and all of it. But we are officially in the end game now. 10 years we've been waiting for this moment, and we've come a long way since then. We have taken down empires, emperors, disciples, even gods. And everything has led up to this very moment. Just like Bife said, Guardians make their own fate. And while we're not fully aware of what we're going to see on the other side of that portal, we do know one thing is completely certain. If we fail, it's the end of everything. Everything we have fought to protect is going to go away. And you know what? Not on my watch. So, the moment it goes live, now granted it's probably going to take a hot minute to actually get in, but the moment it goes live, we're going to be live. So everybody, go rest up, get some sleep, get up, take a shower, shave, put on some fresh undies, get your lunch ready, have a nice big drink to accompany you. Because tomorrow,
Authorization granted.
in about 11 hours, we prevent the final shape. Carrie Son, thank you for the follow. It is time to stop the collapse for good. It is time to stop the witness for good. And I hope you guys join me for the journey. Thanks for watching.
Authorization granted.